welcome, welcome. Welcome to this Rolf. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. I don't know what happened to the chat there. I had to refresh the thing in OBS. Very weird. How's it going, Rolf? I hope you're doing well. Sorry I'm like super late. Yeah, I don't know what was going on. Like, nah. Don't. Yeah, this is how we're dealing with it now. Big beast indeed. I hope you're doing well, Rolf. Yeah, I decided that we should probably do Ebon Light just because it's been a hot minute since we did it, and I don't want us to forget entirely what the game's about. So playing other games, so I'm like, we should probably do it. Yeah, Ebon what? What's that? What game is that? Like, no joke. So last night we were talking about just all sorts of random stuff, and we got to talking about the game Heta Oni, which is this game that combines, like, I don't know if you know, but like the RPG Maker horror game Owl Oni with the anime Hetalia. So it's like the characters from Hetalia, the personified countries, inside the house from Owl Oni, and kind of with gameplay similar to that of Owl Oni. And like I grew up with that. That was like a part of my childhood. And I was like, you should play it. And so we tried playing it, but we always got distracted by other things. So we were talking about the fact that we had to restart the playthrough already twice at this point, and if we wanted to try and play it again, we would have to restart it for like the third time. Because it's been like a year since we last played it, so we don't remember like anything. So it would have to be like the freaking third time we're restarting that game. Like, I want to go through it, but it's definitely hard when it's a big group of people. It's like me trying to finish any RPG, yeah. For real. So I'm getting pretty close with Pokemon, I feel like. It's just, it's taking me so long because I keep like going to every area and like trying to scope out all the Pokemon. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Rolf. Or there's a couple games that I started on here, like started Twitch like streams of. Like I did the Persona Tuesdays for a while where I played Persona 2. But I lost the saves for those games, and so if I ever wanted to try it again, I would literally have to start over. Though then again, even if I did still have the saves, I would probably have to start over those games because it's been so long. Like for Persona Tuesdays, that's probably like 2 years ago at the that happened. So I would even if I still had the saves for Persona, I would definitely have to start over with that. I think it was one of the first playthroughs I did on the channel was Persona Tuesdays. And we got pretty far. I want to say we were a little more than halfway through the game. And that was with me also, like, trying to follow this, like, 100% guide. So trying to get, like, all the different personas and everything. And we were already more than halfway through. And then stuff happened. And then I never got back to it. Even though I would say that the Persona 2 games are my favorite Persona games. I think they're peak Persona content. All I'm saying. I wish they were known more. I think they deserve a lot more love. They're great. I love them. it does happen a lot. I will say that recently I've been a bit better about finishing games that I start. I feel like I've finished a lot more games in recent years than I used to. And it's mostly because I'll like get a game and I'll be like, okay, so there's this amount of time until the next big game that I want to play comes out, so I'm gonna wait for that sort of thing. Like I'm gonna make sure that I try and finish this game during that time before the next big thing comes out. And I guess having that timeline, that deadline, kind of helps out in getting me to actually finish a game. It may also help that I now, like, as an adult, I feel like I really know the kind of games that I like and don't. And because of that, like, I typically only pick out stuff that I know I'll get through, and then I'll get through them. So there's been a couple times where it's like, yeah, I like this, and then it kind of drags on too long, and I'm like, nah, I don't. Like, Rune Factory 5, I never finished that game. I legit just gave up. I was like, I think I got, like, to summertime or something in game, and then I was like, you know what, I don't like playing this. So I never finished it. And I uninstalled it and everything. So I guess I am still doing that. Not as often though. I feel, as I said, I feel like I've completed more games in the past couple years than I did all my life. So it also doesn't help that I didn't really start playing much later in my life, comparatively to maybe a lot of kids. Anyways, another thing, recently I've kind of had like a Vocaloid resurgence in terms of listening to music. There's a couple Vocaloid tracks that I have really discovered that are fairly new. Have kind of got me back into it a little bit. Like, oh, these are bops. These are some certified bops. And it reminded me of one of my main issues about Vocaloid, which is that a lot of times I want to be able to sing along to the tunes, but it's like mostly impossible because like their voices really don't mesh well with my own voice. And I know it's like, oh, it's because they're automated voices, like it's synthesized and whatnot, and that does play a bit into it, but I think it's also because, like, for example, Miku is very much a soprano in terms of, like, her range. And I'll try and, like, sing songs for her, and my voice just can't do it. My voice is like, I'm not built as a soprano. I can't sing soprano notes. No way. Like, there's this song that I posted in, I think I posted in For All the Weaves, either that or That Media Content. It might have been That Media Content. Yeah, I posted in That Media Content. There's a song from there, Bitter Chocolate Decoration. I love that song, especially the cover that I posted in there, done by a guy. Love it. But anytime I try and sing like an English version of that song, it's like my throat wants to die. Because it's in a weird, it's not even that it's that high, it's more like it's just in a weird place in my vocal range. It's like the highest notes in the song just like are in this weird part of my range where it's not really high enough to go into my head voice, but it's not low enough to be in my chest voice anymore. So I kind of end up like, my voice ends up like cracking when I try and sing those notes. Especially since it like jumps to those notes, if that makes sense. Like, it'll be, like, kind of low and stuff, and then it'll get to that part where they want to go to the high notes, and they'll just be like, now we're at high notes. And my throat is like, ugh! Like, I tried singing it on my own not too long ago. My throat was like, nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Can't deal with it. And I bet it also doesn't help that, like, it's been ages since I was properly vocally. Like, I used to be part of choirs and stuff. Like, I was part of, like, multiple choirs at the same time. I was, like, really into choir stuff growing up. But then as soon as I entered university, I kind of stopped doing it. Mostly because all the choirs there, like, didn't match my schedule. And so, because of that, like, I kind of stopped doing choir stuff. And now I feel like my voice just, I just don't have, like, that training. Probably also adds to it as well. Shrunk my range a little bit. Yeah, it is a shame. Because I did want to keep doing it, but every time I checked to see the times, I was like, I have classes during times. Like, I can't do times. And it was so sad. So I was never really able to do that. And that was after years of, like, doing not even just one choir. I was usually, like, in 2 or 3 per year. Because I would also do things outside of school, like at the university and stuff. And just didn't happen anymore. Sadly. But a lot of that, like, I feel like my core strength and whatnot isn't the same as it used to be. I get a lot more winded while singing than I did before. Like, before I could, like, sing and dance and everything, and now it's like I'll be walking and trying to sing and I'm like... getting out of breath. Not the same anymore. Have to do training again, I guess. But I also think it's just the song is in just a for my vocal range as well. I would try and, like, sing it on stream, but I don't know if there's, like, a copyright thing about it. I mean, the English version of a vocal, I don't know. A part of me is, like, terrified that if I try and do it, like, I'll get, like, a copyright strike or something. Also, I don't know if anybody wants to hear me sing. Hear my terrible singing voice. Big oofs indeed. Big oofs in chat. What else? I don't know what else. Oh yeah! I just remembered. This week is the Game Awards on Thursday. Which is crazy to think about that we already have the Game Awards. Like, whoa, we really are at the end of the year. Thanksy. Yeah, the Game Awards is happening at like 7:30 EST. So there's that. I'll be streaming it on Thursday. I'm gonna be streaming the Game Awards. I'll be in chat and we'll be like, ayo, anyone who wants to join in the watch, we're all watching it together. We're all chilling over here, watching the Game Awards. I do wonder if there's gonna be any big announcements during that time. I hope so. I keep saying, like, I want them to do a Pokemon Black and White remake, but I don't know when that will happen since they just did Diamond and Pearl, but I kind of really want it. I really want a black and white remake and get everybody to finally play black and white. Still my fave overall Pokemon game. Arceus is pretty close second. I loved Arceus a lot. Meanwhile, Scarlet and Violet is okay. I wouldn't keep playing it if I didn't enjoy it, but it's definitely not to the same level as Arceus or Black and White. But it's pretty good. I would still say it's probably one of the top ones. Like I would probably put it in my top 3 so far. So after Arceus and Black and White, probably Scarlet and Violet. Though I will say I do dislike the fact that you can't change, like, your clothes. Like, you can change your hat and stuff in the game. Like, you can change your accessories. Like, you can have different hats, backpacks, gloves, all that stuff. But the actual, like, clothes on your body, you can't change because you're going to school and you have to wear the school uniform. And I'm like, that's sucky. It's real sucky. Want to be able to wear other clothes, you know? But they were like, nah, you can't wear any other clothes. And I'm like, dang, see. And I was saying, like, oh, maybe it was, you know, a way to cut corners, because then you don't have to, like, do all that. And I think it was Zach was like, well, but you have hats and everything else. And I'm like, yeah, but I just remembered about that one post about programming. How someone was like, programming is like chaos magic. If you want like a big, you can ask like a programmer to program a big demon like crawling out of the earth and fire going everywhere. And the program will be like, yeah, I can do that, no problem. But if you ask the programmer, hey, can you give me a nice little scarf? They'll be like, oh no. How convenient for them, yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, it's probably to cut some corners. Like, then you don't have to, like, do all the other clothes. And Zach's like, well, but they have all these accessories. And I'm like, yeah, but those are just accessories. Like, full-on outfits are probably much harder to do than just, like, a freaking hat. Especially, like, seeing how my character looks in her hat, which is, like, the hair is, like, clipping through it and everything, so... Oof, indeed. I will say they did add more to, like, customizing the face and stuff. Like, you're able to add a lot more in terms of that. But yeah, the actual, like, outfits and stuff, there's nothing. Except for, like, a couple... Like, you can choose between, like, different versions of the same uniform. Like, you have, like, the summer version, the spring version, the fall version. So, it just means, like, do you wear, like, just a shirt and shorts? Do you wear a shirt and pants? Do you have a vest on? Like, it's mostly the same with, like, just some slight differences. And you only have 4 choices. I end up just going for the starter one, because I'm like, the other ones seem uncomfortable, especially if you're like exploring the world, whereas the first one like seems like something I would actually wear. So just went with the generic one. So I did add, you know, stuff like I customized my face and hair, and then I got a hat and gloves and socks and everything. So there is some customization. My character isn't just a carbon cutout, but I do wish there was more. But yeah. Oh, another thing I just remembered. I wanted to show this. I opened up Firefox, right? To like open up for the music and everything that's playing in the background right now. And you know how like when you open up Firefox, they have like the recommended by whatever, and it has like all the different like news stuff. The first thing I see when I open this up Hold up, where is it? This? No. Where is it? I don't remember where it is. Yeah, it's this. This is the first thing I see. This thing from the Atlantic saying expiration dates are meaningless. Do I dare to eat an old peach yogurt? Yes. Yes, I do. What? 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 What is wrong with people? What is wrong? What? Like, this is so bad. What is wrong with people? Like, I legit, like, this especially hits me because, during one of my, you know how, like, sometimes you fall down YouTube rabbit holes where you see, like, a recommendation, and you, like, click on that, and then you see another recommendation, and you click on that. Well, eventually I got to, like, a video that was about how, like, these people, like, multiple people ended up dying just by eating old food. Because it was about how, like, oh, like, they took some leftovers and tried to eat it the next day, but it smelled funny. But they decided to just eat it anyway, even though it didn't smell right. And then were shocked when they had to go to the hospital because they were sick and throwing up and stuff. Like, don't eat old food. If it smells bad, throw it away. I don't care. I don't care how much you're like, oh, it's like, it's wasteful. You know what's really wasteful? Dying. 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 Dying is wasteful. Yeah. The whole point of the anti-expiration date movement is trust your senses. Yeah, there's that. I can see that. I can understand if that's it. Because, you know, sometimes expiration date can be there and it'll go bad faster than the expiration date because of some, like, factors or whatever. And I think that's totally valid to be like, nah. Also, you can't even see the chat right now. There we go. Way hell dying will reduce your carbon footprint by a lot. I mean, that is true. I guess you're not wrong. You have a point, Rolf. You have a point. But it's just... oh my gosh. But yeah, I do agree that people need to learn to trust, like, what they see and smell. Like, if a food tastes wrong or smells wrong, you should probably just go ahead and throw it away. Or if you notice something weird on it, like if you see some weird stuff on your bread, for instance, it's probably mold and you should throw it away. So I definitely agree with that sentiment of, like, just kind of considering expiration date as like a sort of blueprint to kind of, like, sort of gauge the amount of time, but that you should also just, like, go by ear as well. But it just kind of sounds like to me like this saying, like, if it's old, it doesn't seem right, I'm still eating it anyway. Actually, you know what? I'm clicking on it. What does this say? Let's see. Wait, let me try and, like, put this actually on the screen of the way it is right now, which is not on the screen at all. Hello? Totally fair, Rolf. Okay. Let's see what this says. For refrigerators across America, the passing of Thanksgiving promises a major purge. The good stuff is the first to go. What's that in the distance, huddled gloomily behind the leftovers? There lie the marginalized relics of pre-Thanksgiving grocery runs. Heavy cream. Bread so hard you wonder if it's from last Thanksgiving. Oh my gosh. The alimentary unthinking, myself included, tend to move right past expiration dates. Last week, I considered the contents of a petite container in the bowels of my fridge that had transcended its best-by date by 6 weeks! 6 weeks! 6 weeks! 6 weeks! Did I dare to eat a peach yogurt? I sure did, and it was great! 6 weeks! What? 6 weeks? I mean, I feel like part of this number, 300 million pounds of food would be needlessly discarded. I feel like part of that is also just from the store. Like, tons and tons of food gets wasted every year because, you know, you stock all the shelves with food, and then, like, only some of it gets taken by consumers, and the rest just gets thrown out because of the way we do things, and it's pretty effed up. That's why we have, like, a lot of waste problem and whatnot, is because of that. Yeah, bacterial culture is gonna grow to overtake her body like venom symbiote. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Because, like, I understand some of this. Like, yes, expiration dates are mostly useless when it comes to food safety. As I just said, you should definitely, like, you shouldn't just go by the expiration date. Like, it should just be, like, a sort of, like, general thing, like, ooh, maybe it's not so good anymore, but you should still smell it and see. But if it's 6 weeks after that for some yogurt, like, I wouldn't trust that yogurt. I'm sorry, that's too far. I can get, like, a week or something, but 6 is, I don't know about that one, buddy. I don't know. Oh my gosh. But yeah, like, I get a lot of this. I feel like a lot of this is pretty legit about, like, how much, like, food waste is a problem. Because I agree with that. I think the way we deal with food and how we distribute food is really bad. Like, so much food gets wasted from all, like, these grocery stores and whatnot. They could have instead gone to, like, people in need. You know, there's people who are literally dying of starvation, and we have plenty of food. Plenty of food. But because it's all about money, so much of it is just thrown out. Yeah, why was it in the fridge that long? Don't buy it if you're not gonna eat it. Yeah. 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 I mean, here's the thing. It says can be, like, 10 days later. Yeah. Still 6 weeks. Wait. Milk that is already soured or curdled can, get this, still be perfectly safe to consume. In fact, it makes for fluffy pancakes and business and skin softening face masks. If you take a sip of that milk, you're not gonna end up with a foodborne illness. Really? I mean, I guess, like, curdled milk is, like, just cheese, right? I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't want to drink soured milk. Maybe, yeah, if you put it in, like, something. Yeah. I'm like, I don't really believe this. I don't really believe this. I'm pretty sure if I eat something and it tastes like rancid, I should probably not eat it. I'm just saying that, like... Y'all, I mean, this is coming from the person who ate yogurt 6 weeks after the expiration date. Oh... I mean, yeah, this is the thing. So long as it doesn't smell or look odd. That's how it should always be. Like, if something still smells or looks fine, like, that should be fine. But... That again goes to, like, soured milk. Like, that does not smell fine. It does not smell okay. I mean, yeah, cooking kills most bacteria and stuff. That is very true. Oh yeah, I remember this when the romaine lettuce thing that happened. E. coli tainted waters used to grow romaine lettuce. I do remember that. That was a whole thing. Yeah. I mean, this is true. It's not like once it hits the expiration, it's dead. That's not what it means. But I guess a lot of people probably don't understand exactly how expiration dates work. And in that case, yeah, having the label does more harm than good. Because, like, for me, as I said, I use it mostly as just a guideline. Like, oh, it's probably, like, okay, but let me smell it and stuff, or, like, whatnot. Like, you should still go mostly by how is it, like, right at that moment. So, as I said, I do agree with a lot of this. Some of it is a little fishy. Oh my god. I love that I'm reading this whole article now. I mean, here's the thing. I feel like, because I said I told the story about how I saw the video about, like, these families who ended up getting sick and some even dying because they ate some leftovers that didn't, like, smell right. And I feel like things like this kind of contribute to that, because, like, I live in a household that's very much, like, make sure before you eat, like, smell it, like, if it doesn't smell right or it doesn't look right, throw it away even if it's not on the expiration. Or if it's past the expiration but it still smells and looks fine, then it's probably okay to eat for the most part, unless it's, like, milk products and stuff. But a lot of families probably do go very specifically with these numbers, like these dates. And that kind of leads to, like, events like, as I said, with that family, where it's like they just made this thing, but because of the way it was, like, stored or not kept properly, the next day it's already bad. But because there's no expiration date or no, like the form of reference is like, oh, it should be fine for another, like, several days. Instead of thinking, like, we should test it right now because anything can happen, and if it doesn't smell right, you should probably not eat it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think that's probably fine too. Yeah. I think just in the end, like, you should always make sure yourself, like, you should know what to look for when it comes to, like, bad food. Like, does it look wrong? Does it smell wrong? And to trust your own senses, because, you know, humans have evolved so that we can notice these things. Because way, way, way back in the day, we didn't have, like, labels to tell us whether something was still good or not. We just had to, like, trust our own senses. And so we've evolved with the ability to be able to smell or tell that, hey, something's wrong with this food. It doesn't taste right. It doesn't smell right. It doesn't look right. And so then you should throw it away. You shouldn't even bother in that regard. But so many people haven't really been taught, like, this proper food safety and whatnot, and they just go by expiration dates, and then bad stuff happens. Yeah. Very true. Yeah. I'm the same way, Rolf. I'm the same way. The adage, when in doubt, throw it out, doesn't cut it anymore. What? No, when in doubt, throw it out. I think that is still pretty legit. When in doubt, throw it out. No amount of, like, food wastage problems should make you think that you should take a chance. Dying is still, like, not a good alternative. That's all I'm saying. A person's life could be at stake. I saw those videos. Yeah. No, it's totally fine, Rolf. No worries. I'm really into this article right now, so no worries. Eat as much food as you want. And plus, here's another thing. I think I've mentioned this before, but so many of these articles and whatnot are like, you need to be the one to fix these climate problems. They'll be like, you need to drive less, or you need to waste less food, or this and that, when there's plenty of evidence to show, and just common sense as well, to show that most of these issues are caused by big corporations tossing things away. One individual person doesn't produce that much of a footprint. Like, if it was just us as people, we would not be having, like, the climate problems and the food wastage problems that we have today. The reason it's so bad is because you have corporations that are literally producing 70% of all pollution in the environment. Just tons and tons of pollution from, like, their factories producing all this smog that goes everywhere, from, as I said, grocery stores that have all this food. A lot of it's still pretty good. And instead of giving it to people who don't have enough food, who are starving, they just throw it away. They just throw all of it away. They just waste it all. And then these articles turn around and go, it's your fault. You did this. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Being careful is the best part. Yeah. It's so true, Rolf. Yeah, with, like, those politicians. It's so sad because so many of them are in the pockets of big business. And as I just said, it's those people that are causing literally the majority of all pollution. So I always say, like, all these little things, like, maybe they do help a little bit. But the real way to fix the climate, to stop pollution, to stop food waste, is to get the people who are really causing the problems and telling them to do something about it. Because they're getting off scot-free causing 70% of the pollution and turning around and going, it's all your fault for leaving the light on for too long or using your car to drive to work. And it's like, dog, you're causing, there's literal evidence that you're causing like 70% of all pollution. And plus, one of the main reasons I have to use my car to get to work is because you guys don't want to pay to have bullet trains and things like that, because then people wouldn't buy cars to drive around. They would just use public transportation, which, even though it's better for the environment, is terrible for the companies who make cars, because then people won't buy as many cars, which means they will have less money, which means that their greedy selves won't have as much money anymore, and they care more about that than they do about the environment, and that's a fact. What? Wait, hold up. I just looked back at the article and I saw even more crazy stuff. The Waste-Free Kitchen Handbook by the food waste pioneer Dana Gunders gives detailed practical advice such as scraping half of it below blue-green mold on hard cheese to safely No! No! If there's mold on it, don't eat it! Don't eat it! What the heck? Evil politicians suck. It's almost worse seeing well-intentioned ones go through the inevitable spiral. I can't make a change if I don't win, and I can't win if I don't compromise until those principles. Yeah, it's really sad. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like if I see a mold on something, like, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, especially with bread. Yeah, it's because bread is very porous, so like all that mold just the bacteria, like it's only showing up in some parts, but it's there in the whole entire bread. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, what? And if doing so proves tedious, consider Roe take on an old saying, when in doubt, cover it with panko, fry it up, and give it to your kids. What does that mean? What does that mean? Yeah, what? What? I don't understand. What? Just kill your kids. Kill them. If you doubt whether the food is good, just give it to your kids anyway and see. Just make new ones. Yeah. What the heck? But yeah, the smell test. Yep. Do you know how much waste babies produce? Oh my gosh, this is so sad. Oh my god. Yeah, humans evolved disgust because it taught us to avoid the stench of pathogen-tainted food. Yeah. Yep, this exactly. We've developed ways to tell if food is bad. And yeah, like if you smell it and it's like, nuh-uh, you should throw it away. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, some people still do this. Purchase food directly from farmers. Like, I go to farmers markets all the time. I get a lot of my food from farmers markets, which come directly from like farmers. Like I literally go very often to this local farmer store that literally is on a farm, and all the stuff that's in the store is from that farm. So people definitely do this. But yeah, it's definitely not as, you know, it's not as much of a thing as it used to be. Yeah. Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, here's the thing. There's the other thing about that is it may not be spoiled, but it could be that like pickles are like your body doesn't deal well with them. And so, like, whether it's you're allergic to pickles or you've just had a bad experience with pickles in the past, or like your body doesn't digest pickles well, it can be like this thing doesn't smell right. Because it's your body literally telling you, I don't want to eat these pickles. Because I've known people who have, like, for example, peanut allergy. And they'll smell like something with peanuts in it, and it'll smell like terrible. Because in the end, all it is like your body telling you, I don't want to eat this thing. Do not eat this thing. Which has literally been one of the main reasons humans have survived all this time, is because we've developed that ability to smell and know. Of being like, hey, we shouldn't put this in our bodies. Yeah. Yeah. And what is a wilted spinach anyway, but a can of artichokes away from dip? What? What? Is there any comments for this? Or is it, oh, is this one of those websites where they don't even have comments? What the heck? Big beef. Can't believe these people have done this. Okay, let's see. Somebody talking about this article. Wait. Why is it here and also here? Why does both the Atlantic and... Oh wait, no, US Today News is probably like a clickbait site. That's probably what's going on here. Yeah. Is it... I can't believe there's just no comments for these things. I want to hear... Why did I put Reddits? Well, I guess I'll never know what the general consensus on this article is. Because nobody freaking is... There's no way to see any comments. Yeah, that is very true, Rolf. We've also developed some pretty good stomachs. We can handle a lot of stuff that most animals can't. Which is why, like, it's so, like, things like if our cat or dog eats some of the food that we typically eat, they'll get sick. And maybe even die. Because they haven't developed the same, like, powerful, like, digestive systems and whatnot that we have that can take in most food that would normally kill us probably millions of years ago. Anyways, so this happened. I still can't believe that there's no way to see like any comments or anything. They're like, we're just gonna post this and y'all just deal with it. Yeah, that is very true. It's very true. Every time I see a news thing with a comment section, it's always kind of a disaster. But yeah, this is all the stuff over here. I saw it there and was like, oh snap, what the heck? Can this man stop lying? It's just a guy with a face palming. I love the title of that. It's real good. Why most men don't have enough close friends. Dang, see. I wonder why. But yeah, some of these are just great. Think again before letting your kid on a trampoline. I mean, yeah, trampolines are pretty scary, honestly. Like, you can get pretty hurt on those things. I've seen it happen before. I've even had it happen before. And I've heard stories of people getting, like, really hurt on those things. Yeah, anyway. Trampolines are awesome. I love trampolines. But yeah, it's also dangerous, yeah. But, like, my thought is, like, you know, if we, like, start saying, like, oh, kids can't do any of these things because they're dangerous, they won't have anything left to do. Yeah, exactly. That is probably the best way of doing it. But it's not even just that, though. It's the edges of the trampoline. Because you have, like, the middle is all good and stuff, but the sides are all hard. Because that's the part that's, like, holding the trampoline. And I've heard of stories of, like, people, like, banging their heads on those sides. Or, like, hitting their legs on it, or like hurting their foot by it accidentally smacking onto it and things like that. Like, I've heard a lot about like the edges of the trampoline. I think probably the best way is to be like, hey kid, like make sure you don't, like, you pay attention to like whether that's there. Yeah, padded edges would probably be the best option. Yeah. I feel like if that happened, a lot less problem would arise. Because a lot of trampolines nowadays have also, like, the mesh around the edges to make sure that even if you do go towards the sides, you're not just going to fall off. So then the only problem left is, like, the edges. And if those were, like, padded, then trampolines would probably be a-okay. Like, it would take a lot for there to be a problem in that regard. Yeah. I haven't had, like, any of my coffee. Or get a bouncy castle instead, heck yeah. So, I bet a full bouncy castle would probably be way more expensive. And also, then you would have to worry about, you know, pumping it up with air and everything. Like, it would definitely be a lot harder to maintain than a trampoline, I feel like. A lot more work to get it going, because then you have to blow all the air into it. Also, I've always wondered this, but, like, if you're in a trampoline and the air goes out... That said, a bouncy castle did almost kill me. What? What happened? What happened? Like, the only thing I can think of as a problem is, like, if, like, the air started coming out and the whole thing collapsed, like, I would bet, like, a person could get trapped in there and, like, not be able to breathe and suffocate. So, here's the thing, like, I've mentioned this before, but everything's dangerous to an extent. Like, of course, there are things that are especially dangerous, like, you know, jumping out of a plane with a parachute or things like that. But you could die literally any day. Like, I could be walking down the stairs and misstep and, like, trip and fall and break my neck and die. So, like, trying to avoid all that is impossible. We're very, like, fragile beings, and anything can happen any day. So it's best to, like, live life having fun as much as you can. And, you know, being there if something does happen so that you can, like, rush to the hospital or something. But in the end, you can't, like, prevent all possible issues. And especially if it's a kid, if you try and, like, really, you know, kid safety-fy everything, like, the kid will probably just end up very much disliking you. Some joker pulled a plug that wasn't too bad, took a lot to deflate, but then they started re-inflating while we were still on it, and I got stuck in a part as it was inflating, trapping me inside sweet. Oh no! Oh no! That's so awful, Rolf. I'm so glad you made it out. That sounds terrifying. Like, I would honestly, like, I think I would never want to go on a bouncy castle ever again if that happened to me. Because I have a huge fear of, like, claustrophobia and whatnot. And the idea of, like, being trapped in something and made to suffocate, like, that horrifies me. That horrifies me on, like, a very visceral level. I feel like if that happened to me, I would never want to go on one of those ever again. But I'm so glad that you made it out, though. That sounds awful. Yeah. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. But yeah, it just really goes to show. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that, Rolf. Like, the trauma is still with you all this time. Like, I've mentioned before, I've talked about this with peeps before, especially Angel, is that, like, a lot of our tastes, a lot of who we are as a person, as adults, is determined by our experiences as kids. Like, Freud was wrong about a lot of things, but one of the things he was not wrong about is the fact that childhood, specifically childhood trauma especially, affects who we are as adults. Like, what we go through as children affects who we are into adulthood. And that includes our taste in music, the types of shows that we like, the types of partners that we look for, the types of things that we're afraid of, the types of things that we love, the types of foods that we like, the way we react to certain situations. All of it is determined by things that we saw or did or experienced as kids. The types of art that affects us, the types of people that we like, the types of people that we like to hang out with. Like, every single bit of it is determined by that. The kinks that we have, like all of it. Literally all of it. Yeah, that makes sense, Rolf. It is probably like that lingering trauma from that time, which I think is totally fair, just from hearing what you went through. I think most people would have a similar problem. I don't really have, like, that, but I do agree with the whole thing of, like, not being able to wear a tie, because I have a very sensitive throat. I don't like it when anything touches it. Like, when I'm asleep, I, like, make sure that, like, literally nothing, not a blanket, not my hair or anything is touching my throat, because otherwise it'll bother me too much to sleep, because I have such a sensitive oh, that could be it as well. Yeah, both of those make sense. Yeah, I've heard stories of that happening to some kids, and I bet, like, you may not have a memory of it, but it probably still is somewhere deep down. Like, the trauma is still somewhere in there. And yeah, with autism, it makes sense too because of the sensory sensitivity. So that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, it is probably a mixture of all of them. It may be like a mixture of all of those things, because a lot of times a lot of our issues don't just come from one singular event, but from multiple things, unless it's food. We have, because of how our evolution has been, like, over all these millions of years, we easily create associations with food. So if you have one bad experience with a type of food, it will affect you. Just Spartan already sentenced to the gallows, big beef. No. No. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, besides food, a lot of things tend to need like a couple different scenarios for it to cause a thing, especially when you're that young. So it might be a mixture of all those things. But food, though, as I said, you just need one bad experience for your body to remember it forever. I've heard many stories of people having one bad thing with food and never being able to eat that food ever again. Which is just how our evolution has made our bodies work. To avoid, eating the same bad thing again. Just makes it so that you just never look at this food the same ever again. Yeah. Like for me, we all know the type of like character I always fall in love with in shows. It's usually like the cocky asshole type. Like all shows, I'm like, there he is. There they are. I love this person so much. There's the character. And Angel like asked me like, where do you think like this originated from? And I said, well, it's probably a combination of things. One, I grew up watching a lot of anime, and that type of character archetype appears usually at least once per every anime. Like, ever since Devilman and Rio from Devilman happened. Like, I've said before that I think Devilman is, like, the sort of framework that most anime kind of followed afterwards. Like, it's kind of like the father of anime in a way. Of modern anime, I should say. And a lot of tropes from it became typical tropes with anime. And one of those is that kind of character archetype that kind of spawned from that. And I grew up with a lot of that. I watched a lot of these shows that had those characters, and so there's that. But the other thing, the other side of the coin, is the fact that I have an anxiety disorder. I have to take meds for it. I take anti-anxiety pills or antidepressants. And I've always had this since I was a little kid. And I know I've always had this because when I was a little kid, I used to have acid reflux disease, which was caused by my extreme anxiety, which was not very typical for people my age, because at the time I'm a little kid who lives in a good household with a good family. Why would I be freaking out so much all the time that I would be getting sick? That I was literally having acid reflux disease, but it was because of that anxiety disorder that I have. And I mentioned before, like, that part of the reason I like those characters is because of the idea of, like, having somebody like that who I can trust, that, like, knows what they're doing, is confident enough in their abilities, is smart enough to deal with most issues, is constantly thinking things in advance, and is only nice to people that they care about. Like, all of that together is a type of character that helps mitigate my anxiety to a T. And, like, that's kind of what I mean by, like, it's usually multiple things. It's usually, like, it's a combination of the things you do as a kid, but also the traumas that you experience growing up, and how those traumas affect like your perception of things, because there's also a ton of things that we see as a kid that don't impact us. Like pretty much I would say most kids shows, all like the episodes tend to have like the author, like Western kid shows especially tend to have like the authors slightly disguised, not really well disguised, like kinks and stuff in it. And yet most of it like people watch as kids and like it doesn't faze them, it doesn't affect them. But for some certain people, certain episodes or certain things does. Like it just clicks for them, and ever since they're like, yeah, I saw that episode of Totally Spies that one time and now I'm forever changed. So it's kind of like, it's a mixture of all sorts of different things that like you experience, you see, you feel like as you're growing up as a kid that, you know, become foundational into your adulthood. If that makes sense. Yeah. Went really into all that. Went way into all that. Yeah. Crazy stuff. Really, I ended up really rambling there about that. But I've had like full-on conversations with peeps about this, so that's why it's kind of on my mind. Yeah. Yeah. And I think, like, that's why a lot of young adult fiction, like, I took a young adult fiction class in university while I was getting my degree in English. And one of the things that was brought up in the young adult fiction class was the fact that young adult fiction always features death as a major theme. And my teacher was like, doesn't that seem weird? Because, you know, this is young adult fiction. You're still pretty early in your life. You're only just reaching adulthood. Why is it that death is usually brought up so often? And he said that it's because, you know, it's part of that, like, important trauma that you kind of go through leading into adulthood. Of, like, finally understanding that death is a thing that happens. And that it's not just like some far off thing that you hear about from your parents, but that, hey, we actually are mortal, and that the people around us and even ourselves are gonna die someday. And the sort of trauma that comes with that and learning to deal with that, and how that's like a big part of heading into adulthood. And that's why all young adult fiction tends to focus on that concept of death as like an important part, whether it's like an important character dies and that leads to a big plot, or like one of the main characters dies, or like the whole idea is trying to prevent that like death. And what death is always very present in young adult fiction, and it's because of that important trauma that leads into adult, that understanding that that's something that happened. And I could go into a whole tangent about that, but I feel like I've rambled enough already. Yeah. That'll make sense. I think that's another thing. Like I absolutely love The World. Anybody who hasn't played The World Ends With You needs to play The World Ends With You. Because it literally, the original, and Neo was good too, but especially the original is like one of the best games I've ever played. It just, the way both the story and gameplay and everything kind of work together to create one whole big experience is just chef's kiss, so good. But basically all the characters, all the main characters are dealing with issues, because basically, The World Ends With You is very much a coming-of-age story. It's a young adult fiction story to a T. And specifically, we see these characters who are dealing very much with trauma that comes from leaving childhood into adulthood. And we see that, like, one of the main characters, Shiki, her problem is, like, how she wishes she were someone else. And a lot of her arc is learning who she is and learning like her role and whatnot, which is there's a lot of psychology on that about how that's like an important part of that sort of era of your life, is that trying to find like what role fits you, what personality fits you, who you are, is such a integral part of leaving childhood into adulthood, is kind of finding that sort of niche that you're in, that your personality, how you fit, you know? And so she goes through that, but it's important that the main character of the game, Neku, his main thing is that the reason he acts the way he does is because his best friend has just died. And he's dealing with the grief and loss of that. And it causes him, and the way he ends up dealing with that trauma, that understanding of, oh shoot, people can die, is to try and shut himself out. To state, like, no one will understand the pain that I'm going through, so why bother? Why should I try and connect with other people? The person that I care about is dead. But the game ends up, like, throughout the course of the game, Neku learns that there's still, you know, like, yes, that it's traumatic and stuff when someone's gone, but everyone around you is unique, and there's so many more people to meet and connect with. And when you try and like push them away, you're just losing that connection more than anything else. And he kind of learns that over time. But it's very significant that the main character of the game, that his focus is on death. The knowledge of, yes, people can die. And that he lost someone very important to him. And that is the center of the story. That the main character of this young adult video game has just experienced what it's like to lose somebody, to watch somebody die. And that's once again goes to what I was saying before, which is that young adult fiction is centered around the concept of death, and that the trauma that comes with understanding that and how it leads into adulthood. But yeah, I could, as I said, I could write a whole essay on the topic, but not going. Yeah. Up was also a really good film about that. Very true. Up was such a good movie. And yeah, Cinema Therapy is such a good channel as well. They recently released a video. Like, I was just talking, like, we were all just talking about, like, what DreamWorks movies we gotta watch at some point. And I was like, we gotta watch my favorite DreamWorks movie, which is actually Rise of the Guardians. I love that movie so much. And then Cinema Therapy, literally like a couple days after I mentioned that, Cinema Therapy releases a video about Jack Frost from Rise of the Guardians, and I'm like, oh my god. Oh snap, there it is. One of my favorite movies. I love that movie so much. There was a time where pretty much every Christmas we would watch it. We would watch that movie every Christmas, me and my family, because we literally own the DVD for it, and I love it. It's a good movie. I would definitely recommend it. I watched it in theaters. I own the film. I love it. I think it's a great movie. I think it's a very underrated film, because basically everybody who watches it ends up becoming a huge fan of it. Like, there's a pretty good fandom. Like, even years later after the movie came out, there's still like a fandom for that, like a pretty active fandom for that film. But it didn't really get the widespread attention that it should have deserved, you know? And to this day, I still consider it one of my favorite DreamWorks films, along with The Prince of Egypt and whatnot. There's a lot of good DreamWorks films. They've had some good bangers. Oh, speaking of animated movies, Rolf, have you seen the trailer for the Super Mario Bros. Movie. Honestly, like, I'm gonna admit, I'm kind of excited for it. Like, of course, Chris Pratt is a terrible voice actor. I can't believe that they picked him. Like, literally, we listened to some videos of, like, all the other dubs, and literally every single other person who dubbed Mario in all the other, like, dub versions, Japanese, French, like, Italian, Japanese, I already said Japanese. Yeah, Japanese, French, Italian, Spanish, like, all of those. They all sound so much better than Chris Pratt. Literally, it's like every single other dub would be better than listening to Chris Pratt voice Mario. Yeah, I agree, Adam. Also, hi, Adam. Welcome to the stream. I love you so much. And yeah, I absolutely agree. Adam, it's so true. Chris Pratt as Mario just doesn't work. Like, he's just so terrible. I think French Mario sounds the best. Heck yeah. I mean, they all sound really good. I like all of them a lot. Like, literally every single other person was good except for Chris Pratt. Yeah, when they go, wahoo, yippee. But I will say, one of the things that I am excited for about this movie, I mean, first off, I think everybody else sounds great. It's literally just Chris Pratt as Mario that sounds kind of awful. But everybody else sounds really good, especially Jack Black as Bowser. It's so good. But everybody sounds pretty good to me except for Chris Pratt. But the main reason I'm excited for this film is because, I like the idea that they went with, which was to have Luigi be the one, like, the damsel in distress. So he's the one that's, like, captured by Bowser. And Mario and Peach are the ones working together to save him. I really do like that kind of angle that they're going with it this time. So instead of the typical formula of it being Mario and Luigi going to save Peach, it's Mario and Peach going to save Luigi. And I do kind of like that change up a bit. Maybe we could get them to replace him like how Sonic's appearance got. To this day, I feel like that was a marketing stunt. There's no way that they released that and were like, yeah, that seems okay. Like, there's no way. I firmly believe they decided to play into the whole, like, memes about Sonic and tried to utilize that to get some more, like, people to go watch the film. Like, I firmly believe that there's no way anybody in there was like, yeah, that looks fine. That looks fine what we did. Especially since the redesign happened pretty quick after that, and I'm just like, no way, they did that originally. The stuff that they showed off originally was not the way it was gonna be. Yeah, he's like a perfect Bowser. It's so true. So true. You know what? I think my throat's pretty good at the moment, and I think, Rolf, you're still eating. So you know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna sing the song. I'm gonna show you guys what I mean by how this Hatsune Miku song kind of does weird things to my throat. Wonder when we will get the Waluigi movie. One day, believing in the dream, 12 hours of singing incoming. Yeah, let's go. Hopefully this doesn't give me a copyright strike. I really hope. Crossing my fingers. What is it called? Yeah. But yeah, this is, again, as I said, this is like a song that I really want to sing, because it's a little bit hard for me in some ways. As I said, it's not quite the right thing for me in terms of where my vocal cords are. But I've always wanted to sing this song, so I'm still gonna give it a try. But yeah, I feel like this song is really relatable. I mentioned like in that media content about this song that I feel like it's very much a song about like trying to be a people pleaser and the struggles of that. And that used to be me when I was younger. I was a huge people pleaser type person, so I definitely feel this song. If I can pull everything up for it. If you saw the way that I just like typed it out, it was pretty funny. Instead of typing bitter chocolate decoration, I typed in biter. Biter chocolate decoration. I was like, that's not quite right. No. not quite the right way of doing this. Oh wait, I think it's this one. Yeah, okay. Okay. Pausing that for now. This. I'm also a little worried that the music is gonna be too loud. It's gonna drown out any of my voice of singing. Hopefully it doesn't. I mean, the music that I was just playing in the background, was that overpowering my voice at all, or was that like a good volume? Yeah, this might be a mistake for me to do this, especially since I haven't, like, warmed up my voice at all. So I might end up actually messing this up pretty. Let's see. Leaving the dream. Also, it's been an hour and 30 minutes and we haven't played any video game. Been just talking about a bunch of stuff instead. Forget video games on this channel. What's a video game? I don't know what a video game is. Exactly. Yeah, Rolf, did the background audio, was it overpowering to my voice, or was it like a good level, would you say? Like before? Yeah, video game. Seemed fine. Heck yeah. Hopefully it'll stay fine then. That. This may go well, this may go bad. We'll see. I do the things I do, so I won't be trusting, and so I won't be loving. I'll never hope for anything. Even now I'll go along acting very carefully. Ego never growing, I don't want them to know me. I do the things I do, so I won't be hurting, and so I'm not a bully. I won't give in to murdery. Even then I'll go along faking almost everything, so I don't act arrogantly. I'll say a joke or two and talk in such a way that'll make you wanna stay. And even then I'll have to bring you back and charm you anyway. Bitter chocolate decoration, be sure to eat it till it's gone and don't you say a word. Bitter chocolate decoration, a picky eater through and through, you still have much to learn. Empty out your mind and then you realize if your heart is real when you cast it aside. Surely you're the same, and even that is fine. By the way, I wanna know if a couple days ago did we have the time? You know what? Hey, never mind. I do the things I do so it won't expose me, and so you'll never know me. You won't be getting close to me. Even then I'll go along, always speaking freely. I make them laugh so easy instead of making fun of me. I do the things I do, coming up willingly. I praise them very highly, admire all their qualities. Even then I'll go along, never speaking bitterly, so I don't act ignorantly. Personality, participate here, go you can say what? No way, I'm all too fast, they're all the crazy, but all you see is all the same. Warrior and I, I'll step these teams, a step will let you face perfect shape. Let's do or die, survive insanity. Bitter chocolate decoration. You know that every now and then a love will bring you pain. Bitter chocolate decoration. They're gonna leave you far behind, their art forever staying. Way back in the start with dreams I could impress. Now it's lost in sight, no one cares, so what's obsessed? Sometimes we say no, but we're always meaning yes. Hey, I gotta say that today we were amazed, got a knack for things like that that could blow us all away. Love in season, give a reason, bitter chocolate decoration. Love in feeling, give a meaning, bitter chocolate decoration. Bitter chocolate decoration. I wanna be all that you need, I wanna make it last. Bitter chocolate decoration. I'm gonna burn it all away, my feelings into ash. Bitter chocolate decoration. I'll kill my ego and my heart and put them in the ground. Bitter chocolate decoration. I guess I grew up in the end. Hey mom, look at me now. Surely here on out from now until the end. Hell will always follow me even when I'm dead. All that's my begging here now and again. Please, I wanna feel like I did back as a kid, not a single piece of clothing to cover what I did. Hey, you look familiar though, it's been a couple years. Weren't you that preoccupied? Sorry, never mind. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. That was probably awful. I tried. I hashtag tried. But yeah. See what I mean though? Like, some of it, like, those high notes are in a really weird part in my range. And especially since it's so fast, it, like, jumps up there. You know? Like, it just jumps up to those high notes. And it's like, oh! Oh! So it's kind of hard to hit those high notes. Yeah. Yeah, the high and fast parts seem real hard, yeah. But it's especially, like, yeah, jumping up to those high notes, but also, like, I just feel like Miku's range, like Hatsune Miku's range specifically, is just, like, in a really weird place. If that makes sense. Like, I don't know how to explain. Like, it's like those high notes, for instance. Yeah, it is inhuman, that is true. But it's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like those high notes, they're like not high enough to go into my head voice, but they're not low enough to still be in my chest voice. They're in like that weird part of the range where my voice kind of just cracks. Because it's in like that middle part where it's not quite high enough to hit head voice. Not low enough to still chest voice. Right there. But yeah, the song is very much about like the struggle of being like whatnot and like trying to fit in and whatnot, and I definitely can relate to that because that was my struggle up a lot. Though it's also, you know, vague enough that I feel like most need to it. Like I've also heard you know, the analysis of it actually being a song about like being autistic, because like the idea of bitter chocolate, like the sensory like struggle that happens Oh no. My mic is maybe it's because of my singing. I've messed up the mic now. The mic is now freaking out after all that. No. Can't handle it. That was it. Gain is a bit low, I think. What about now? Am I good now? Am I good now? Am I all good now? Did it happen with the singing too? Like, did it cut out while I was singing? Because that would be sad. Hello, guys. This is me, Anya the Nerd. Here today to give you some ASMR. I think my mic just like freaked out after I sang. It probably was a little too much for it. I'll have to listen back on how I sounded while singing that song. How did I sound, in your opinion? Like, be legit, Rolf and Adam. Like, be legit. Did I sound awful? Like an update? No, I don't think so. I think I've been pretty good. I did change, like, the audio a little bit last night because I was having some audio issues. But if it sounds good now, then it's fine. Aw, thank you, Adam. Yeah, I did freak out a bit. Oh, wrong thing. Yeah, the high parts were... The fast and high parts were kind of rough, yeah. Yeah. That's what I thought was gonna happen. That's kind of what I thought was gonna happen, because it was just way too hard on my voice. I was like, especially since I didn't, like, prep for it, you know? Didn't prep for the song. Yeah, and the fast part, ugh. That part is a doozy. It goes way too fast. But yeah, the high parts, like, as you probably noticed, like, by the time I reached the end of the song, I was able to hit the high parts pretty okay. Like, by the last refrain, I was able... Yeah. Yeah. Also, the part where it's just talking instead of singing, I think you need to be warmed up for. Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. But yeah, like, the high parts, I definitely needed to have been warmed up for. Because I think by the end of the song, I was able to hit the high parts pretty fine. But yeah, at first it was a real doozy. A real doozy to try and hit them. Oof. I should have done vocal exercises ahead of time. Been like, T-A-T-R-T-O. Yeah. But especially for going in cold, the mid parts sound great. Heck yeah. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad. I'll definitely probably listen into it by going back into the VOD and then be like, oh, I hate my voice. Never mind. Why am I listening to it? Anyways, Rolf, are you ready for like maybe an hour of Ebon Light? Do at least a little bit. Or it's too late. Where is the folder for it? Oh, there it is. Oh, hi, Owen. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? I love you very much, Owen. What is up? We haven't even started, by the way, Owen. I've been live for almost 2 hours. I still haven't started a video game. just talking about a bunch of random stuff. You missed me singing. I just sang a song. I was pretty bad at it, though. Especially since I didn't warm up, so there's that, too. But, you know. Also nervous, because the song was a lot. Let's see. Been opened this game in weeks. Yeah, too busy being mad about food safety. Exactly. There was a terrible article, Owen, that we just read. Well, not terrible. Some of it was, you know, pretty good advice, but then they would be like... yeah, I ate my yogurt that was in the fridge for 6 weeks. What are you gonna do about it? And I was like, maybe don't eat yogurt that's been in your fridge for 6 weeks. Like, I can admit, you know, expiration dates are, you know, they shouldn't be, like, considered too legit. Like, you should also base it off your own senses, but 6 weeks is a spoiled food. Just give it to your kids. Yeah, like I'm sure they did. That's not what it meant, but that's what it sounded like it meant. There we go. Yeah, that was a whole experience, that's for sure. That will definitely enhance the flavor. Kids are sick all the time anyway. Oh my god.
Hello.
The struggle. Oh, hello, Rolf. Welcome. How's it going?
I'm alright.
Heck yeah. Ready for...
Just in winter mode, hibernation mode.
Makes sense.
So now I'm sleeping in until noon and still being active, like at midnight.
Yeah. No, I can't say anything because you know how my schedule is. It's pretty bad. It's even worse than that, typically. But yeah, I don't even remember what... Oh yeah, we went through the big part that is like the sort of gate. Like, if you can't get past it, you're doomed, sort of thing.
Oh yeah, we had the fight on the boat with the giant fish.
Yeah. Which I think we actually somehow aced going through.
Yeah.
I was very surprised.
We just went full reckless mode with magic and it somehow worked out.
Yeah, because like I couldn't do that in my playthrough when I played as my character, because my character wasn't as, you know, badass as we made our character. So I had to like do a lot of like talking and stuff during that. Like my thing was so much longer, but we went into it, just hit like one thing and then we were done. And I was like, what?
So when are we getting this cool fur armor that we're wearing in the title screen?
Yeah, that is true. When is it happening?
It always looks so comfortable. It's like fur armor. It's just inverted fur.
Yeah. Look how much we've been through. Oh yeah! Wait, no. This is me. Okay. I was like, that has happened a long time ago. What the frick? But no, we're right here.
I was kind of wondering why is your name there.
Yeah, it's me.
Take it from your PC or something.
They know. Yeah.
Alright, how did these motherfuckers sound again? I'll look at my document.
Heck yeah. Gahalia crept up on the horizon as the bastion approached. I was with my assembly of allies, however loose the term may be used. My found family. My 3 scouts stood behind me, nervous at what was coming. See, they're all alive! I can't believe...
Somehow.
I can't believe it. Because it is easy for one of them to die, but we managed to pick the exact right combo of who should stay and who should go.
Even Chandler Bing is still around.
Yeah, we managed to save them all. I can't believe it. We really, like, together, our brains working together, Rolf, we end up just picking the best options for things.
Yep.
Can't
believe we have an elf named Chandler.
He's Chandler the elf had tried to this race of elves that are great warriors who can topple whole civilizations. One of them is named Chandler.
The pink-haired one is probably Ross, and I think the girl is Monica, maybe.
Yeah. Chandler had tried to crack a few awkward jokes that absolutely no one laughed at. Even
seems in character.
Yeah. Even Heron had been silent a long while.
You're up.
I don't think it's a good idea to have her up here when we dock.
There's no army awaiting us. The wyverns? I never know. The wyverns have preceded us. Galois has scheduled an appointment for tomorrow.
How trusting you are of the wyvern's messages.
This makes sense. That is what I trust. Marjorie, what are you thinking?
I glanced at Heron, at best I could with his voice in my ear. His eyes appeared wide and eager. Okay, so we can say today might be the day I die.
Today, we die.
It's like, oh, okay. I was thinking immediately of the song, like, this will be the day that I die. It'll be good to get on solid ground. It'll be nice to have some privacy. About whatever's next. The Cuthental has been quiet again. I don't know.
Let's go for privacy.
This one?
We're getting close to the end. We gotta get some private time, right?
Yeah. It will be nice to have some privacy. Commander Kellypoa isn't too intrusive, but...
Oh, I know what you mean. There are tons of places to hide on that ship, but nowhere that offers any true escape. You will have your privacy soon, and so will we.
And everybody else in the group is gagging, like...
Yeah, like, ugh. Eyes rolling out of their heads.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I can't believe we have to deal with this now.
Listen to this fucking flirting on me. Jeez, just fuck already. Just leave us out of it.
Disembarking was a curious and tense affair. There was a small company of soldiers awaiting us in formation, and many others eager to see us, but no grand defense that appeared ready to detain us by force. Only Dulier trusted this fully, his mind broader and smugger than ever before.
Oh no.
Greetings. Commander Kellypoa, Ocean.
I always think it's a little bit funny how these soldiers have this super imposing, scary armor, and then they just carry like a little dagger.
Yeah, it's really good. Also, like, I'll never get over this. I still think it's funny that they have, like, their own language and everything. But even when we hear them, they're mostly talking in English, like, almost all the time. Even when they're, like, talking amongst themselves, like, whispering in, like, an area, among people who would all know the language, they're still talking in English. Like, the times where you, like, sneak up and you hear them talking about stuff, they'll be, like, talking English. And in my head, all I could think is, why would they be talking in English? There's
just
no one
incredibly considerate.
Yeah, it's like, oh, she may be listening in. We better at least let her do some of that, I guess.
Maybe Elvish is supposed to be like a secret language. Don't want to let outsiders hear it. I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know.
Find anything that makes some sense.
Nah, I feel like it's just one of those, like...
It's just convenient.
Yeah. I meant congratulations on your survival, or so I thought. Thank you. Are you... We are here
to assess the bastion.
Heck yeah. I see. Her hand never left the hilt of her sword, and this stance shared with Ernal, Heron, Vidane, and Lysega by their own terms.
Oh, and Commander.
Callie sucked in a breath through her teeth. What?
Curfew is sunset, ma'am. You've probably not heard.
The curfew? By the looks of the others on the faces, this was not normal. Julie, of course, only looked all the more pleased. It was a little disturbing.
Why was there a curfew set? Well, there have been attacks on the cast. Conspiracies. It was ordered last week. Excuse us.
Cautiously, we walked around the formation of soldiers, only to be mauled by a group of observers who assembled. Mauled is a really harsh term. Like, I immediately imagine, like, observers came in and were like...
They'll turn into bears and things. The art is
I love all of it. I love the detailed faces and then just like the smudged bodies. Like, that's pretty good.
Oh.
I especially love this lady's face and body. It's pretty good.
This is gonna staring.
Yeah. They shouted at me, questioned me, and only half of the tongue I knew well.
We should answer them, I guess.
Also, look at this guy.
He's so jolly. No, we shouldn't. We should get her home. There's clearly been developments. It's up to her. I wonder what happens if you break the curfew. She needn't fear answering questions. We needn't fear Galois's curfews either. Alenka, do whatever you want. You're my queen.
It's so true. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save at the start. I think we're pretty.
What?
There we go. Now we're at the start again.
Rip.
Rest in peace.
But I wanted to go back and change our choices.
From the very beginning.
Yeah, sure, let's humor these weirdos.
I will answer what I can.
Speak slowly. In her own tongue, she's quite daft.
What are you planning to do? I'm planning to stay alive. I'm planning on discovering the truth. I want to go home, whatever I want.
Go with the second one, I think.
I want to discover the truth. The mystery inside of me has been a mystery too long. This may be Gahalian history, but it is my own now too. I want answers. There was a lull in the crowd as they considered what I said, quiet before another. Another spoke up.
What do you think of our Grand General?
What a question. Ask her instead what her loyalties are. It's a fair question, I think.
He wants me dead, I want him dead. He is a tyrant, he is a fool, he is a powerful man, I don't know him.
Yeah, that's about Galois, right?
Yeah.
Oh, ooh. I think it's probably the top three are probably not smart.
Yeah.
Even if we are like badass.
Yeah.
Just go with a pretty neutral, like he's powerful, I guess. It's just a fact.
Yeah. He is powerful, intimidating. And it seems I have crossed him.
He didn't like that one.
Yeah, Julia reached for my arm, intent on pulling me away from the crowd.
I think that's sufficient.
And who are you loyal to, human?
Don't answer. Myself the good of us all, the truth, justice, Gahalia.
Justice!
Justice!
Let's be vague and say the truth. That's what we said before.
The truth, that is what I fight for.
Let's be political.
Yeah.
As I said, Laushurst, she's not returning with you. Who the fuck is... Oh, right, Dooley. His
Yeah.
last name is Laushurst.
Yeah.
Laushust? I don't know.
Yeah.
If that is what she wishes, fine. Either way, Heron, we would be wise to get off the streets. She can collect her things. It is good to be home. She's fine here, Heron. You're acting ridiculous. I'm not being ridiculous, brother. You might understand if you... She's coming home with us. Oh, I get it. You just want to get laid. Even then, you've never been this blind before. I'm far from blind, I assure you. Or if I am, I'm glad to be.
Riddle's the best.
All it took was a human. Quiet now. Let's rouse the house and get some supper. Then resume our bickering with full...
All of my companions went quiet at the sight of the woman in Dulier's dining hall. I had no idea who she was, yet I could tell from the tension in the air and written on the faces of those around me that she was not a friend.
Is this, what's it called? The Galois's wife? She had us tried to have us killed, right, at some point.
Yeah. Maybe. You may be right.
Ekare's master. Mitwen? Grandmother?
He sounded surprised, floundering to make his voice pleasant. A pleasantness I knew to be fake as I watched him step in front of me.
Is everything alright? You wanna take?
Sure, yeah. No. Oh, wait, no. I've already used that voice. No! Tell me who this human is, grandson!
Of course, grandmother. I will be glad to. I like this idea that elves don't age visually, but they age vocally.
Yeah, it looks great.
This is my love, Alenka Goffiel.
Your love?
Yes, I'm most happy to say.
She stared at him, and though her expressions were difficult to be sure of, I got the impression she had a difficult time believing him.
How might I help you, Mitwen? Now that you've welcomed yourself uninvited into my home.
I'm here to talk to the human.
Attempt to hide. To say our name, I guess. Let's go Pokemon mode.
Yeah. Alenka!
Alenka, I choose you.
Alenka! Alenka!
Alenka, use Cuthintal.
It's Alenka. I stepped forward, meeting her gaze as it rapidly examined every inch of me. Her eyes cut through me like knives, so harsh and violent.
You die.
Yeah, it's just dead on impact.
Oh, you thought that was an expression? No, literal.
Literal.
Some elven magic shit.
Yeah. Such a perversion to the same shade of iris that she shared with her gentle-hearted grandson.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I'm looking at their art. It's basically the opposite.
Yeah. Yeah.
His are black, hers are white.
Yeah. And also calling him gentle-hearted. He's gentle-hearted to her, but he's not
Yeah.
gentle-hearted to anybody else.
No.
Like, he's the type that if it were anybody else, he would cut them down, no problem, if they had any
Yep.
problem with a link. Also, this is the assassin guy.
All right, exactly. Mistress.
Yeah, there he is. But yeah, basically, she is the one that you thought of, like, she's the one that leads the assassin group. So technically, she's, like, the head of what Heron is a part of as well.
Yeah, it would make sense if she got introduced at this point.
Yeah. Ikari must have snuck in behind us. And now the two assassins had us trapped. His soul was full of bizarre affection for his mistress. Mistress! My queen!
Mistress. May I lick your boots, mistress? I'm not worthy.
But if I need to use the Cuthental with Heron so close and my control over it so erratic.
Grandmother, what are you doing? Ouch.
Yeah. I am here oh wait. I am here for her. Keep your mouth shut, Heron, and we can have all the words you like later.
Provided I still have a tongue.
She shot him a look that could have almost been maternal frustration. It did nothing to comfort me.
I need that for other things tonight.
Oh my god. I can imagine him saying that. He is shameless enough for it. Let me look at you. Come here.
Sure.
Yeah.
Not scared of her.
Well,
Or
this
should
was
be.
certainly a less than stellar idea. I walked forward and presented myself to meet when.
Need to make nice with the grandparents at some point.
Yeah, it's like me and the family. She continued her examination of me, and despite all of my defenses, if I had got any at all, I got the feeling she could see through everything. I got the feeling she could read my thoughts. Only I can do that. Looking at back at her, I could see traces of rage, desperation, and fear. Though she was not afraid of me, I was almost certain. My husband has done a foolish thing. I also love the idea that the husband's, like, the leader Galois sounds fine, but she sounds like an old lady.
Yeah.
None of us prompted her to continue, though all of us were eager to hear her elaborate. I need to know what your affliction whispers to you, and I need to know its secrets. The Cuthentals? Secrets of the many? She wants to claim that which her obsession keeps from her. And you will tell me everything. If you do not, there will be no hope for you. It was a distinct threat. Something in the venom of her words told me she would relish the thought to rob me of hope. An awful lot to ask. I will do as I please, as you wish. Say nothing.
Let's go for the first one, I think.
That is a lot to ask me, Twin. I do not think I could satisfy you when I myself understand so little. Answer my questions when they come and submit when demanded. By doing whatever you ask? The island is crumbling beneath us. The dead are rising from the sea.
Wait, what?
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
A metaphor. The dead are doing no such thing. You see, madness comes in many forms. Perhaps it is from you and not I. I was certain that while Midtwood surely had the skills to fade whatever emotion she pleased, what she was showing now was nothing other than pure, unfettered fury. She wanted some sort of revenge, some sort of vengeance. And my fool husband has thrown himself into the sea.
Wait, what?
Yeah, what is she talking? Like, we're all kind of like, what?
Literally? Or?
Yeah, literally.
What are
figuratively.
you talking about?
We have had possession of the Cottontail for decades. Galois had most of them destroyed. A small number of the best preserved were kept hidden. The scandalized gasp came from her grandsons. Lacey might have looked surprised, but at least he hadn't made a noise. In Dulier, when I looked at him, his face betrayed nothing, so distinctly nothing that I thought...
He knew. Yeah.
Yeah! Had you known? Dulier's gaze shifted to me, and for a moment his face remained devoid of expression. Then he smiled, and shook his head. Like a child thinking himself first to discover something, you were not the first, Onyx Chandler. Galois had consumed Cuthental as the girl has.
Oh, shit.
He has not left his chambers. He will not see me.
Oh, that's what you meant by jumping into the ocean.
Yeah. Yep. I was very confused. I felt scandalized and nervous, lost, incredulous. If he was this desperate when he had hated it so when he saw it within me, how great a threat he must think me. And if the Cuthental's madness treated him kinder, or even worse, than it had treated me, what could he do? Is this true? Why would I lie? But it was not her I was asking. Are you so easily deceived? Have you never known how closely loathing lingers to lust, hatred to love?
And you want Alenka to tell you what to expect? Are you looking for a way to cure him? To assist him? Subdue him?
I am going to destroy him!
Whoa, jeez.
What?
Nani?
Nani? Nandeshoka! I was very confused indeed. He has gone where I cannot. He thinks himself a martyr to the service of people who will never know his sacrifice.
A grandmother, he is not a martyr yet. Alenka is yet healthy, her mind whole. There's a chance that grandfather...
No! He is my husband.
I know how weak he is.
I know how
He will
weak
never
he
survive.
is. My husband. Silence followed.
no husbando.
Heck yeah.
Watashi no yowai husbando.
Finally, Akare weaved in between us and approached me when holding a piece of parchment out to her. She took it, opened it, glanced at it briefly, then held it out to me.
Yeah, let's ask what it is.
What is it? Take it! I hesitated and considered now that both Akare and Mita were on one side of the room. I had a place to escape, a safe corner at least, but I saw no harm in a piece of parchment. I stepped forward and took it. Opening up, I was met with hastily written Elven, woefully beyond my ability to decipher. Yeah, like, why give it to me? I don't know. She's like, take it. And I was like, I can't read this, buddy.
Just pretend you're able to read it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, sure. Fine. Julia took
Very
it from
interesting.
Me. Yeah.
You're holding it upside down.
You will sign that. And when you are called, you will testify before an assembly of the king, the prince, and the other generals that the statement you will sign is true. You and my husband are, her lip curled, connected by this madness. Connected? Oh. Do you hear his thoughts? Why would I?
There are some tales that those afflicted share a mind. I think I have. I don't really want them to have information, just be not sure, I think.
Yeah. I'm not sure. There's not a lot I'm very certain of. I would not have thought anything has changed had you not told me the Grand General. Do you think I lie? I will not waste my time. No, we're just telling what to do.
Just telling you the shit is weird, okay?
Why don't you take some?
Yeah.
We'll all take some. See who lives and
We'll all
dies.
get high on Cuthental.
Yeah. That is not what I said. You will do
Everyone's
as...
doing it these days.
Yeah, heck yeah, it's the new drug. The new drug that you snort through your nose.
Oh man.
You will do as I wish. You will say what I will tell you. You will reveal whatever you can. Do not think to
Jeez,
lie to me,
so
child.
sure of herself.
Yeah, for I have known liars all my life, and you will not be able to deceive me. The assembly will probably be the end of it. He is not as secure in his position as he thinks. Fine, no, why would they believe me? Why are you doing this?
Yeah, I have no clue what her motives are.
Yeah, I kind of want to ask as well, yeah.
The fuck is this all about?
Why are you doing this? Do you want to see him humiliated? Kill him? Surely you could. I'm not trying to kill my husband, nor do I relish his humiliation. It needs to happen. It needs to be put to rest. He needs to submit. Now sign it!
No.
No.
So we're going no?
Yeah. Fuck you.
I won't.
Then I will sign her name. Give me time to convince her, and you will have the rest of her compliance.
Watch Julia
Why?
sign my name and hand the parchment back to me, twin. It's like I'm standing there like, what the
Dude,
fuck are
what?
you doing? What? Why?
Are you looking to get coffin told, motherfucker?
Yeah, what? Oh my god. There was a long silence that stuck in the air around us with suffocating weight.
Time for Heron to fucking shank him.
Please do. Bruh, we said no. No means no, buddy. You may be old, but this is the way we do things now. You can't do that anymore. Does it show you things? I love that her voice keeps changing for me. Just throughout this whole exchange, it's been very different.
After 10,000 years, I'm free.
Yeah, I'm free. I'm no longer old lady. Dreams, but not dreams that have proved prophetic thus far. Does it torment you at times? Is it seductive? I arched a brow. How do you mean? Does it blind you with lust? Do you think you will obtain some power beyond what you made on your own? I mean, no. Because it hasn't really. It's been telling us, like, you suck, right?
Well, we did kill a fucking sea monster,
Yeah.
so that's the thing. We could go if it made me more powerful already. I mean, it's
Yeah. It already has. I am far more powerful now than I ever was before. She hissed angrily. It will send for you when it is time. You and
true.
Harry
Why
can
does she
live
think
here.
she has, like, authority over?
Yeah, I don't know. And it is done. But if you do not do as I command, her gaze shifted to Aaron, then I will find a way to make you submit.
Perhaps.
I will release my rage on him, and then you.
Jeez.
Without further dramatic threats, the two assassins took their leave. I love the dramatic threats. Like,
I just imagine them skittering off. Into
yeah.
The darkness.
I just imagine them, like, having, like, capes and stuff, and them just, like, turning around and, like, whoosh with the cape and walking
Yeah,
out.
perfectly in sync. Yeah.
I could still feel my skin crawling with their presence.
Assassins out.
Heck yeah. As though Mitwin's stare was still lingering on me. I expected an outburst of discussion from my elves afterward, but instead there was only silence. I love from my elves. Yeah.
Yeah.
My elves.
My harem.
My posse. Wary silence. Elves lost in thought and disbelief. Karen, your grandmother...
It's all right. She's not in her right mind, but she will come to her senses soon. Because if she doesn't... I
Juliet.
don't know, I'm just...
Yeah, he's like, I don't really know, but I will kill her. Somehow. Juliet, as he was so often, remained an exception. He had pulled a maid aside, and after lecturing her about letting assassins into his dining hall, he told her to fetch
Yes,
a
you
meal
should have
for
fought
us.
them.
Yeah, you should have fought them. You idiot. You buffoon. Or at least done the Home Alone thing. You forgot to put the trap in the hallway.
We get home from the ship and there's just like swinging paint buckets and like toy cars on the ground.
Yeah.
Tarantula walking around somewhere.
Yeah. I walked over to him, intent on getting a few questions answered. Juliet.
I know you must be angry at me, but she was not going to leave until that statement was signed. We can deal with her once the knife is from her throat.
I saw no knives
what
at
I was about to
anyone's
say.
throats.
What knives?
Yeah, he shot me a wry smile.
We were just completely at her mercy. It is not that I do not think you capable of protecting yourself, of wielding the cut and tull when you need to. It is simply that we were trapped, and even if you managed to kill her and Akare, we would have to escape the island before the island discovered them and turned on us. Despite their troubled marriage, Galois would stop at nothing to avenge her if we had killed her, and we would have had to kill her to get her to leave with that parchment unsigned.
How can you be so certain of everything?
Also, why are you suddenly scared of Galois? You haven't been until now.
Yeah.
Because I have lived here all my life. I've heard tales of that woman from her childhood. She does not back down from anything, and nothing has managed to kill her yet.
But yeah, I'm glad that you noticed that Juliet is just absolutely not to be trusted.
Yeah.
He
From the start, he's been sus.
he's definitely the most sus character in the game for us.
Yeah.
Because he's a character who, above all, his desires and goals are above everything else.
Yeah, for sure.
And he's willing to do anything, cut through anyone to get what he wants. And this is especially true, like, you realize how true this is if you ever go down his route, which we won't, of course, because once we beat this route, we'll probably move on to something else. But I'll explain what happens in his route once we beat the game, because it's not going to be revealed during this. Basically, there's no, like, route order, but I would say in terms of, like, the overall plot, most of it gets revealed during Juliet's route more than anybody else's route. But the issue with that is that it does kind of end up feeling more like a lore dump than an actual, like, romance route, if that makes sense.
Makes sense, yeah.
But a lot of stuff does get revealed in his route, because basically a lot has been going on behind the scenes that none of us have known about throughout all of this. And we won't know about even by the end of this route, but I'll kind of explain some of it by the end of this.
Yeah. I am sorry, Alenka. I hope you can believe that I did it to protect us all.
Buddy.
Protect your own interest.
Yeah. You knew, didn't you? Do you believe her? What's she going to ask me to do? I think this might be... Yeah, this might be one of them that you can ask all of them, but we'll see. You knew about the
that's
other...
why it has that's all, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
You knew about the other Cuthentals, didn't you? Juliet sighed then nodded.
I had heard of them before. I had never seen them, and I had suspected they may be fake. But I knew Galois sought to snuff them out, just as I sought to preserve them. In times past, I had nearly acquired some, only for them to slip from my fingers, and eventually the pieces fell together.
I hadn't realized they were so common.
They are exceedingly rare, darling. That's why I collect them. Their value will only increase with time. It is a good investment.
Heck yeah.
Especially if you get a first edition sealed.
Yeah.
The older Cuthentals were more powerful than the current meta. That's why they're value has increased exponentially. Okay, you get the point.
If this were like modern era, Juliet would absolutely be into collecting like old like movies and
He's
video
got a
games and
sealed
stuff.
Black
Yeah.
Lotus somewhere.
Yeah.
It has been a most tedious search.
Why didn't you tell me?
There's a lot I don't tell you. Like, I don't tell you anything, really. Sometimes it's lost in the dance, you see. What you must know to move forward, what might distract you and cost you your life. My hubris to filter information must be somewhat insufferable, I realize. But I am very old, and you are very young, and still I'm a romance option. And this dance of ours is very dangerous.
Even though I'm like an uncle to you more than anything else.
Yeah.
But as
I'm really
always,
just some creepy old man who can't be trusted and
yeah.
lies to you all the time.
Yeah, it's so true. It's so
Really
true.
has my own agenda.
Yeah. But as always, you hope I trust your intentions align with mine.
Yes, as always.
Yeah, we can do all of it.
Oh, yeah.
Do you believe her about Galois? Julia nodded.
He has been teetering on the edge for some time. Desperation will drive a man to do unspeakable things.
Also,
Trust me, I know.
can I just laugh at the fact that Heron is just kind of in the scene?
He's just kind of like zoned out.
Like we're having this whole combo and he's just like here. Like none of the other characters. It's just Heron's just hanging out here.
He's just plotting how he can get his crazy family to ever approve of this marriage.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Watching you thrive at the very least, watching you survive, has likely pushed him over. For surely if a human could survive, so could he.
Juliet's smile was cruel then.
He doesn't know that humans eat stuff they find in the dirt. They are more hardy than us.
Yeah. It's, it's probably true, actually.
Don't you know we are the old edition elves? We get a penalty to constitution.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. What is she gonna ask me to do? What other sorts of things do you think she'll demand I submit to?
I don't know. Anything from testifying against her husband to laying down your life at her whim.
Wow.
Had Mitwin set her eyes on Galois' position instead of Galois himself, I do not think Galia would have survived this long. Luckily her affection for her husband is such that his less destructive rule reigns, though by what margin remains to be seen.
She is a submissive wife. A quick, grim chuckle escaped Juliet.
In a sense, yes. Though could you imagine a man like Alois with any other? They do say that people who are most dominant in daily life are the most submissive in the bedroom.
You know, it's true though. Gotta let out that other side of you somewhere.
Many a CEO has been found dressed in diapers.
It's like, Juliet, I don't need to know all this.
He just goes off on a long rant. She and Aaron just glancing at each other like, what the fuck is he on about?
He's like, this is why you shouldn't humor him with these questions.
You see, deep in the psychosexual center of the mind.
He like brings out Freud, like in this chapter of Freud's book.
And thus it is proven that every man lusts after his mother.
like,
They've already left like 5 minutes ago.
yeah. He's like, oh, where did everybody go? He's like,
I have another book I could.
yeah. He's like, I forgot to tell you that it must mean that you resemble Heron's mother in some way.
If you're interested in learning more, then... He demands such an unquestioning submission in all other areas of his life, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Juliet shook his head.
But it matters not. We agree to appease who we must or may, but we ultimately serve ourselves. At least that's what I do. That's normal, right? You serve yourself, yeah. You will not be forced to agree to Mitwin's will again if I have any say over the matter. That is all.
I sighed and looked over at the table as one of Dulier's servants set bowls of soups on the table. What
Bowls of
store?
soups.
Yeah. What store are you in?
There's multiple kinds of soup.
Yeah.
I'm starved.
He was like, yeah, time to eat, and everybody else is
I'm
like, I'm not.
soup.
Are you? You can sleep and eat through anything, can't you?
I learn at talents, darling. Don't call me that.
Yeah. Dulier was the only one of us who moved to the table. He had a strangely unrefined way of eating that always surprised me, especially now. He's like,
Look at the way he slurps his soup. What an asshole.
Alenka, do you see him eating that soup? It is disgusting. All over his chin.
He's like, yeah, I see it. My brain is still on the previous conversation.
Oh no.
Aaron looked bothered. There were a few moments when he had seemed almost happy to see her, though I was certain a glib act on his part. When she was gone, though, I could feel the anger. I had never seen him this way. All his confidence, optimism, encouragement. You're scaring me, finally getting to you, eh? You alright?
Yeah, let's just be nice.
So, which one? This one or this one?
Last one, I think. Yeah.
Are you alright?
As long as you are. Don't let me rattle you, my light. I see things clearly. My dream, my heart. The world may think to take it, but it cannot. I would say my grandmother is a fool if she thinks I would stand by and let her do as she pleased with you. But I know she is not, and I know she will know I will do whatever I must to keep you safe. And so we are at odds. This is madness. Gahalia is falling apart.
I love that he's like just off to the side here.
Ernal has been getting more and more worked up. Let it burn.
Heck yeah.
Let it, and take who with it? Whoever's stupid enough to be here when it falls. You of all people wanting Gahalia preserved. That's not what I'm saying, Lesega. Both you and I know that what it looks like when society collapses without warning. There's plenty of warning for those looking. There was no predicting this. The Cathinthal is an unexpected catalyst, yes. Gahalia needn't fall. Gahalia need only change. I agree with Heron. For once, there's no reason Gahalia needs to fall, but it must adapt. And I think it best if she stay here tonight, Heron. I know what you're planning. You can stay as well in a different room, on the other side of the building, with maids posted. It is quite a journey to your father's estate, and it's best if she stays sheltered as long as possible. And also I know if I let you leave, you'll just climb back in through her bedroom window.
It's true! It's true! It's true though! It's true!
Yup, 100%.
Oh Oh my gosh.
I've got my eye on you, you horny dog.
Like, oh my gosh, I need to tell you this. I don't know if I told you this, but towards the beginning of the game, when we were looking for our bunk bed, we ended up getting help from one of the 3 peeps that became one of our scouts, you know?
Yeah.
But if you refuse to get help from her and try and do it yourself, you actually run into Heron for the first time. Because it turns out that he snuck in there to see, like, to meet you, like, to see what was going on about it. So he was already doing that from the very beginning. Like, you don't even know it if you miss that part.
Literally trying to get into your bed.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think it's so funny, like, in retrospect. I hadn't much of an appetite. Evening came upon us, and as had happened for many evenings now, my elves spent ceaseless hours discussing our trials.
Lost our appetite watching Akare eat.
Yeah.
Let's join them, I guess.
I would not be pushed out of the discussion of my own life. It was difficult to keep up with the 5 of them, but my voice would be heard. After hours of it, I was exhausted. It is not over. What? Colonel looked at me, drawn from his argument with Vidane.
What?
The Cuthental. We all turned our heads when we heard one of the maids gasping at the front door. Was another commotion upon us? I shot a look at Dulier and gathered he had not expected any more visitors for the night. Still, when the door opened and revealed Galois, I don't think any of us were surprised. We had, after all, been expecting to see it when we first arrived, one way or another. Galois? Somehow I was the one who spoke first. He was looking at me, anyway, so it was natural enough.
My wife does not understand.
My wife.
I've come here to complain about my love life to you.
Women, am I right?
I need advice on how to save my marriage.
Yeah. He did not seem as angry as he should have. Not at me, not at Mitwin. There was a peace to him, a strange and unnerving calm as his eyes held distant regard, as though listening to another voice. Is it true? You hypocrite! Afraid I'll take her side? Why are you here?
Just ask him why he's here.
So this one?
Yeah.
Why are you here, Galois? We had no choice but to come back.
She showed great valor in defending the bastion. We would have been lost without her. I always feel lost without her. She's my everything.
Oh, poor Vidane.
And if it was lost, do you suppose I would have been surprised? What? I am here to make you, Alenka, a counter-offer. Then let's hear it. Alenka, you will deny Midwin's accusations, recount your statement, and testify that she threatened you to lie. How do you know about... Be quiet. I am offering you an alliance. Bound as we are, you will assist me, and then I will you.
Ow.
Galia needs to be brought to an understanding.
Sorry, I clicked through that.
It's okay.
She said much the same thing. These two really are a match made in heaven.
Yeah. These secrets they hope to uncover are not for us. They are not salvations. They are not strong enough to resist temptation. Just like me.
Yep.
And they are swayed by a plague that further blinds them.
He shot Julia a long, hateful look and then returned his gaze to me. We got a new thing in the compendium, wherever it is.
Lol.
Probably in here. Nope, it's not, people? Nope, that's not places? Nope, that's not. It must be in here. Where is it? Oh, there it is. A blind bird isn't as harmless as the name implies. The Nodre had warned us of them, a warning we heeded as the Nodre's few words were weighted heavy. We climbed the mountain alert, armed and prepared for a fight, but only knowing the name and size of the creatures, we couldn't know what we'd see. Their domain is a swamp of decaying rot and secretions, the bedding of their nests. They have a taste for the bones of their prey, to the extent that the flesh routinely craved by so many other predators is often stripped and left behind. Wow. Also, hi Pond Water.
Hello.
Welcome to the stream. I love you so much. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Luen Drossi submits their taste for bone comes from the growth of their platelets, which shed and regrow as the bird grows larger. They seem to come in every size, some as small as a hen, some as large as a horse. We have had platelets that would suit a bird large as a...
like the ones in your blood?
I don't know.
I guess it's like a skill sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm guessing. Would suit a bird large as a dragon. Traversing the swamp was difficult, as even after sealing ourselves to the sight and smell of the gore, the flock allowed little room for error. Their blindness, which we thought to utilize in our dispatching, was a false advantage. They cannot see, as surely as they have no eyes, but they could find us as well as any sighted being, perhaps better. They worked as a pack of dogs do, all fighting together in focused and coordinated attacks. Trehor, Vin, and I took injuries, nothing serious, but all the birds were dead. Luandrasi took an egg, and we made our way back down the mountain. We collected our fee successfully. The egg will be submitted to the Mask Enclave. Scout Duvet, Nordre Harrow's a 111th report.
Creepy.
Amazing. Yeah, very creepy. He shot Julia a long, hateful look and then returned his gaze to me.
You recant your statement against me. You trivialize your power in public. Make it known that you feel out of control and that you fear your mind slipping. Act as though it is all we feared it would be. And when it is done, you will leave in peace, alive.
Yeah. What about
Fuck both you
Mitwin?
and
What
your
about Heron? Yeah, deal. I'd rather help Mitwin. I won't be a part of this.
Yeah, let's just say I won't be a part of this, I guess.
So
Let
this
them
one?
figure out their own shit.
Yeah. I'm not going to suddenly be your friend after you tried to kill me. I'm not going to further your goals on this island. I hope Mitwin succeeds. I refuse to take any part in this. A better leader needs to take your place.
Let's just go for the middle one, I think.
I refuse to take any part of this, for it is not my struggle.
Fool.
He exhaled heavily, surprisingly lacking the vitriol I expected. His eyes were distant again. He turned and took his leave.
I wonder who will grace us with their presence next. Maybe the king? Perhaps my father will be about soon to thank you in person.
Juliet sighed, a smile plastered on his face that seemed more genuine than most. He was content with the bizarre day we were having. This is madness. I hope it's the king. Say nothing. This is Gahalia!
Let's go with This Is Madness, why not?
Why are you so calm? We have to contend with the Cuthental, with Galois, and now also his wife.
More than that, it won't stop with my family. They lead the forces, and many, far more loyal than I, will fight to the grave alongside them. It will be chaos. I suppose you've accounted for all of this, Dulier, since you are such a master of prediction. I never set out all the answers, Colonel, nor had I ever wanted to oppose your family, or put you in this situation.
And that is when I heard a loud thud as Juliet got shoved backward into a wall. Hurdle's about to throw down.
Wall slammed.
What's the word for it? With the anime thing where it put the hand.
Kabedon.
Yeah, he kabedon him. Let's go.
Ernal,
There was.
I didn't know you felt this way about me.
Let's go.
So assertive. Oh my.
There was rage on Ernal's face. I had seen him angry before plenty of times, but now it was something else.
What is this? Explain it then. Twist it around and find some way to convince me this had to happen.
Julia's lips pursed like Ernal was being a child and he had just opted to weather the tantrum in silence. This didn't seem to serve him well, as a beat later Ernal had gripped Julia by his waist and pushed him another step backward.
Do you think it would have happened without me then? Do you think Alia was thriving?
And further surprise, Julia looked flustered, not quite desperate, more like angry and struggling to maintain his composure. Just what I needed. My allies were losing their footing. I heard Lacey gave an amused snort somewhere behind me, and Heron was itching towards his brother, as though trying to ready himself to intervene if needed.
Lenka, come here. I'll keep you safe. You are out of your depth. I will not follow you blindly. I have not asked for your blind loyalty. You have mistaken me for your grandfather. My grandfather is mistaken. I do deny that. He is wrong about Alenka. I have said this before. But you have manipulated this at every turn, haven't you? I'm flattered, truly.
Ernal shoved him!
Ernal, it's not the time. Save this for tonight. You are unraveling the floor beneath us. You're making a fool of me, and...
It's like, if you guys want to have hate sex, can you do it in another room, please?
Yeah. I love Alenka's face here, is so perfect. Like,
Yeah.
oh, damn.
Yeah.
I did no such thing. You're so invested in this idea of Galia, you've blinded yourself to the truth of it. Open your eyes and see this is just one crumbling pillar of many, and we are a crumbling, friend. Believe me.
The way you said, and we are crumbling, friend, was really funny to me.
Our island has been sinking for decades. I regret that it pains you, but you will be grateful in time. We are moving forward.
There was an icy silence following Dulier's statement, and I held my breath as the tension hung still in the air. Then Ernal let out a frustrated, hateful sound and let Dulier go. He started marching for the halls. Deck the halls with balls of holly. La 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 la.
We are all fools.
And then he disappeared. Lacey broke the next silence with a snicker, and I heard Heron exhale a heavy breath shortly after. Julia was smoothing out his vest as I watched him curiously, wondering at how one like him would this slight. His face betrayed little emotion, though I knew he was angry. Angrier now than he had been to Ernal's face.
A pity. I was hoping you'd throw punches.
Is he alright? Are you alright? You're all mad? Well then, I'll give you violence, Lacey.
Well then is the best. Let's go for it. Well then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Assuming that is over, is there anything else? Perhaps this evening is finally over. Julia nodded.
Lock your door tonight, and your window. Nothing will happen, but it'll help you sleep better. If you can stand sleeping on solid ground after all that at sea, that is. She won't be here much longer, Dulier, and I'm not leaving until I leave with her. Yes, you're very horny, we've established this.
Heron took my hand and pulled me towards the halls. We were only a few steps into out of the dining hall when my hand found its way to Heron's lips, and there it stayed until we arrived at my bedroom door.
You can't keep me from doing her forever.
And then we had only just arrived at my bedroom door when my lips found their way to his.
Like you never left. It appears just as you left it, I expect.
At a glance.
You'll have true privacy. We'll have true privacy once we leave.
Don't want to leave. Jealous are you? Soon I hope your family wouldn't mind.
Let's say jealous, are you?
Are you jealous I live in Dulier's home?
Very, Madrele. I have very righteous reasons to wish you elsewhere, but some very ugly reasons too.
He moved to the window and looked out it, so I turned my attention to the mirror. I look different.
In what way?
I'm not sure.
Well, we are all changing, Madrele. In fact, why don't you get to changing right now? I see more beauty in you now than ever before.
Biased! Always the flirt. You're making me vain. Good.
Say you're making me vain.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, they do look like vampires.
Yeah. It is very similar to vampires, but it's like, nah, they're elves. I mean, there is a reason why I call this Elvish Twilight. I mean, it's definitely way better writing than Twilight, but it has some similar vibes. Keep it up, Heron. I'll become vain.
And you're opposed to being pleased with yourself?
That's not what vanity is. It's when you're too pleased with yourself.
Ah, yes, and humility will be hard to find in days to come.
He beckoned me closer, and like a puppet I obeyed. When did he get such a hold on me? Nope.
I will make sure you're pleased.
Ah! I'm leaving. No, perhaps it was the promise of his affection that drew me. That was addictive. A tangible effect of his charm. The reason he could get away with all manner of things.
How are you feeling about everything? This web you found yourself in.
Web, accurate. Overwhelmed, excited, I don't know.
Let's go top one, I think.
It's a web, all right. Everyone's plotting at something and I'm trapped either way.
You're not an insect, though. They've caught something they're prepared for. The hell happened to her eyes just there?
Yeah, it was weird. He's so much faith in me.
I've watched you from the beginning. Why wouldn't I? I've seen you survive everything.
I laid my head against his chest and took a deep breath.
I have some people to talk to tomorrow. You can come with me.
Friends?
Some friends, family, people I've crossed in training.
Assassin friends? Those who used to work for Mitwin? Many of whom still do, from what I understand.
I know who to avoid, Madrele, don't worry.
Like Ikare.
Yes, like Akure.
He wrapped his arms around me, fitting his head at the back of my neck. It felt so relieving to be held.
My family is full of secrets. This island is full of secrets. And those who think they have all the pieces are usually among the most lacking.
Like your grandparents? I felt him nod. Tomorrow, then.
Yes, tomorrow we'll do it.
And
you're talking about something else.
And are you full of secrets? What kind of people are they? Or I'm glad you're here.
Let's just say we're glad. Why not?
I'm glad you decided to stay.
Of course I stayed. Also, your eyes have gone completely white. Risk breaking curfew.
He buried his face into the back of my neck and I felt him grinning.
A testament to my devotion that I would follow you even into the ghastly golden sheep.
He held me close. I felt the back of my neck tickling with kisses and his breath, and I heard myself laughing. It was a strange sound, hearing myself laughing in the dark, perils all around.
We will have freedom soon. Bliss with you.
I heard a deep, regretful sigh as he pulled away.
I should say good night.
You can stay here. Good night.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, let's
go.
do it. You could. I hesitated, looking around the room.
You want me to stay?
You-
What? Nani? Me?
Me, the one you're
No.
kissing and possibly dating? You want me to stay? What? I nodded.
Then I'll stay.
I felt
And
so.
I'll make sure that Dulier can just about hear us.
Heck yeah. He would do it too. He would so do it. And Dulier is over there like, oh, why is this my life?
Oh! Aaron!
Nah, he's also having a good time with Ernal. They're having hate sex. So
Yeah, probably making more noise.
and it's Lacey and Vidane who are like crying.
Yeah, somehow bonding overall.
Yeah. I felt so spoiled having him near me all night. He let me lay my head on him, and I wasn't sure I'd ever been more comfortable. So I get to be your assassin friends.
You can meet all my friends.
You probably have a lot.
You're my favorite.
Another yawn, and
Ooh,
this time I
friend zone.
joined him. Before too long, I was asleep. Daisy. My eyes shot open when I felt pressure on my
Oh,
mouth.
you thought I was romantically interested in you. No, this is just how friends behave.
Yeah,
among
in
elves, yeah.
Gahalia, this is how it is.
This is normal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you think I would date a human? What the fuck?
Yeah.
My family has arranged the marriage years ago.
Yeah. There above me was a man I had unfortunately grown to recognize.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. He had his hand over my mouth and was looking at me with an expression I could only vaguely grapple with. A million things came to mind in that second, but whether he pitied me or was looking forward to finally ending me, I couldn't tell. I reached beside me, unable to turn my head. I tried to feel where Heron was.
He's not here anymore, Alenka. Glare.
Heck yeah. I glared at him, a quiet gesture perhaps, but if he thought to take my voice, I would make my promises with my eyes. He smiled and lifted his hand, though hovering it close in case I decided to scream after all.
It was fun while it lasted, I guess. Thought this would end with more bloodshed. Not quietly whisked away under the thumb of what you thought would protect you.
Why do you let him taunt you? Use it.
Your power, yes.
His eyes glanced downward. My hands were being bound, yet I thought it useless. A familiar tingle was building up around my limbs, and soon...
A pity I won't get to see it again.
Foul smell assaulted my nose, overpowering like it was pulling a blanket over my mind, followed by blackness, oblivion. Next I knew I was waking up with a headache unlike any I'd ever had before. My wrists were sore and my knees hurt. I saw only rock above me. There was a dripping sound somewhere, and it was cold. I sat up sorely and blinked my eyes into focus. A dungeon? And I was alone. You are far under the earth. Only that voice. I strained to hear anything other than it and that incessant dripping. I started to stand, only for a hot jolt of pain to sear through my knee. I lifted my clothing to find a deep gash. I prodded it tenderly. It was going to be difficult to keep it clean. My wrists have also been bound. There were red marks on each. Gonna save again. So call out, search the area, tend your near, talk to the Cuthental.
Let's search first, I guess.
I stood carefully. I was dizzy like I'd just woken up from an exceptionally deep sleep, and I wasn't confident in my balance. The rock was solid and cool to the touch. I got the sense I was deep underground. The walls seemed to have an almost natural shape to them, as though they hadn't been carved so much as formed. The ceiling and floor were chiseled, comparatively smooth, making the walls stand out all the more. There was a chain pounded into the rock, a bucket with red. No, I didn't want to think about that. I could see other rooms like this down the hall. Was I at the end of a hall? But there was such horrid silence. If there were others in these cells, they were very quiet.
Stand to our knee, I guess. It seems pretty pressing.
I had to take care of my knee lest it fester. The water dripping from the ceiling it didn't smell foul. Looking around, it was probably better than nothing. I washed my knee and patted it dry with the cleanest part of clothing I could find.
Let's talk to our buddy.
You there? Still. Can you get us out of this? Find. What? I waited and it didn't respond. The silence was terrible. Cuthental? Still nothing.
Let's look for a way out.
I tried the bars first, naturally. The metal was somehow warmer than the rock walls, and giving them a strong shake produced only a slight rattle. The water dripping from above came from a crack in the ceiling, and it puddled on the floor, draining slowly through a small fracture in the floor. I pushed my fingernail into it and tried to claw at it, achieving nothing but a sore finger. Find. Find what? I settled down in the driest of my four corners and tried my best to remember what had happened. I was taken here. I could barely recall it. Someone put something over my head and a foul sleep came soon after. Where were the others? My elves. Where was Heron? I love that she calls them my elves.
Yeah.
My assembly of allies, whether or not they could be trusted when it mattered most. Had they abandoned me, left me to save themselves? I exhaled, willing myself to stay calm, but I was failing terribly. My heart was racing. I couldn't imagine how far underground I could be. I couldn't imagine where I could be. If anyone knew I was gone, or if anyone would ever be able to find me. My rock room, was growing smaller with each breath. I was alive, but I was alone, I was trapped, I didn't know what was happening.
Say I was trapped, I guess.
I was trapped in a room of rock under the earth. The only window out of here was down a dark, empty passageway blocked by bars I could barely rattle. It was getting harder to breathe. I could feel chest tightening and I had to wrestle each breath into my lungs. I would need to stay calm, keep searching, because the only other thing to do was wait. So I did my best to keep busy. I told myself and again that this room was bigger than Vanya's hut, as so many things were, that I could breathe, that I could still move, I even had water. That the water had to be coming from somewhere and had to be going somewhere, and people were looking for me. I would not be trapped forever. Somehow, eventually, I fell asleep. Hours must have passed, and I was still so tired from whatever they drugged me with. It was just a light sleep, that sort of in-between, and I couldn't help it. I was not entirely unaware, but I was not awake either. Thus, when a loud shout clambered down the rock wall, I jolted upwards with a gasping breath. There was someone down the passageway, someone being put in another rock cage, someone I knew. I rushed to the bars and strained to see, but I saw nothing. I wasn't sure, but I seemed to be at the end of a hall branching off into many of these rock rooms. But there were even more halls going off in every direction. That voice could have come from anywhere. I didn't instantly shout out, and I was debating whether or not I wanted to. I wanted to know who they were, if they were someone I knew, to see if I could learn anything. So I decided to stay quiet, perhaps too cautious. Perhaps I would regret this. Perhaps it was my only chance. But the thought of drawing hostile attention, or even of missing something if I didn't stay quiet and listen. I could hear the sounds of a struggle. Someone was being shoved, forced into a rock room, perhaps. There was an abrupt end to the noise and a bitter return to silence. Not even the new captive made noise. Briefly, I thought I heard footsteps disappearing, but I was probably imagining it. Hello? Nothing. Do not be so quick to think just because you are both captives, you are also allies. There you are. There was a great deal of noise for me. It was quiet here. Aren't you with me? In part. I would ask something of you. Of me? Do you not see where I am? What could I possibly give you? Find the coward and kill him. What? I'm not killing anyone. Who is the coward? Tell me what's going on. I'm imprisoned.
Yeah, who's the coward?
Who is the coward? A jailer who covets and hides. A coward who must keep his prisoners hidden. When you kill him, I will free you. From this place? From the bind. And when you are free, with the Tetris elves yapping at your heels, desperate to understand, will you do as I ask? Find him. See for yourself. You were toyed with just as I was. I don't understand. Then do what I say. You will understand more if you find him. What makes you think I will follow you blindly? Have you not been following these elves blindly? Look at what they've done with you. I have not! You have played right into their hands. I bid you seek revenge, but it seems outside your reach. You must wait until they find you, and then you should destroy them. I cannot move these bars. Or do you think you could help me? Would you like the ceiling to fall upon your head? No, I cannot help you. Not yet. Yet. Better than nothing. Some help you are. What does that mean?
I'd say better than nothing, I guess.
Better than nothing, I suppose. When you are free, will you do as I ask? I want revenge first. I want peace. No, I'll look for him.
Yeah, let's pick the third one.
I'll look for him. Does he have a name? His name is Coward. I sat near the bars. There was a weariness to my body I blamed on that foul sleep, and my knee was throbbing. I didn't return to my dry corner lest I missed something down that dark passageway. I wanted to hear whatever would be heard. But there was nothing, save a few very faint scuffles and a big sigh. Nobody responded to me, and whoever was locked away seemed entirely uninterested in making a single sound. I waited there for a long time. It was only until I heard my stomach growling did I realize, all told, I'd probably spent at least a day and a half down here. Why was I so certain I was underneath? The rock above me, perhaps, but I could be high in a mountain. No, there were no mountains in Kahalia, but I had no idea how long I'd been asleep this time. Before days had passed and I was none the wiser. When a second sound came, I once again jolted upright, having slouched in my vigil. This time it was far more animated affair, multiple men shouting, and the sounds of a struggle far more violent. I saw shadows dancing on the walls down the dark passageway, shadows that grew larger, and I realized they were coming closer. I clambered to my feet. The thought of seeing another living person held my breath hostage in my throat. Whoever it could be, whatever terrible thing it might be, I still found myself waiting for it with great anticipation. Finally I saw them, but only for a quick moment. They were passing in a flurry across a passageway crossing mine. At least 6 soldiers were pulling 2 struggling elves behind them. I heard them continue to struggle and shout as their voices faded, but they stopped. Well within shouting distance of me, and punctuated the struggle with the slamming of an iron door. The prisoners continued to shout, but the fight was over. I could tell that much, and that was all beside the point. I ran myself as the soldiers' footsteps approached, and in the second they passed across the passageway before me, I shouted, "I need food!" One paused and looked at me, but he looked only a moment before continuing on his way. "Eat them as you ate me. They're going to leave me to starve. They're not that cowardly. They will come face you." I'm glad you're confident in that. I'm not so sure. Perhaps they forget how often a human needs to eat. The shouting from the new prisoners didn't let up, and though they were full of venom, it was such a comfort to hear another. Perhaps we were facing the same injustice, though I still wasn't sure who put me here. "Who is there?" I shouted out to them, and to my further relief they responded. They sounded bewildered. "The human?"
The human?
Oh yeah, you should probably say that since I've been talking this whole time. The human, no one would ever learn my name, would they? Should we go with the lore of how we're always going? It's Alenka!
Yeah, sure.
My name is Alenka. I hesitated. I'm human.
Gothenthal?
Do you know why I'm here?
Gothenthal, fight!
Perhaps he simply didn't speak the language I knew well, but seemed more like he was caught in the rush of something. His companion wasn't as vocal. He hadn't yelled loud enough for me to hear, but I could just barely make out the sound of his mumbling through the passageways. That would make 4 of us here at least, assuming the first brought in was still here. Are they going to bring us food?
Alenka?
So he did know my name. Yes, food?
We will feast!
I exhaled slowly.
The fuck? Who the fuck are you?
What is your name? Etchum. Etchum. I don't know you. You know Heron?
Heron? He's yours? To think I found you before him. Such machinations of masks, and yet some stumble upon the goal first, back end first. He will find you soon, won't he? Free us both.
Then he's alive at least. I felt dizzy. Some of the pressure I hadn't fully acknowledged was just relieved, and it left me lightheaded. Then I heard a different kind of shout, as though we were formally being called to attention. It followed the marching of guards, and after so much silence, there was such activity. I saw figures take form down the passageway, and there was no mistaking their direction. They were headed for me. As they came into focus, I realized one was Mitwin. Yet again, I clambered to my feet. "You're still alive." Was I not supposed to be? I was going to help you. Get me out of here. Where is everyone?
Let's go for the first one. Seems in character.
Had your assassins failed then? Was I supposed to be dead? I had thought my husband would have done something. He is not himself. Why am I here? Removing kindling from a fire. Galois saw the cracks, but he did not allow himself to see how deeply they went. You were a chisel in hand of the onyx chandler. Remove the kindling, bait the traitor, keep you contained to study, all for the sake of my fool husband. There are many reasons for you to be here, and there is the Cascast to consider. You could level this city from the accounts I read. I would rather let this city rot, but it would take what I love with it, and I must protect it. Why are you here? How long will I be here? Why haven't I been killed? Let me out.
Let's just hit him with a let me out. It's not gonna do anything, but...
Yeah, let me out. Can your Cuthental not free you? No, it can't, can it? It can levy cities, sink monsters to their depths, but when it is trapped and caged in the walls would crumble down on top of her, no. What use is it now? When the time comes, kill her. When the time comes? What?
Nani?
Maybe I'll risk it and try now. No, we'll see.
Yeah, let's take the top one.
Perhaps I'll risk the rocks crashing down on me mid-twin. Perhaps you'd like to see what the Cuthental feels like. Not yet. Don't be a fool. Go on.
It's a bluff, Cuthental.
Yeah.
Never heard of one.
Yeah. Go on then, reckless human. Do you think I do not have reports from your scouts? You seem strong where the Cuthental is concerned, or Cuthental itself is weak. Perhaps it is the Cuthental I speak to and the mask is well placed. There is so little to be sure of when he continues to lie. She sucked a breath through her teeth like a wince and turned on her heel. I wonder how long your mind will keep. She was leaving it quickly. I wasn't thinking fast enough to stop her. I didn't know if I wanted to, but oh. The only satisfying thing was her quick pace. I thought to strike at her again, but she was gone in a flash. Why had she come? Were they hoping to break my mind? Ghost? She is the one whose mind has slipped. Her husband has gone where she cannot follow. Her obsession, the fuel she had fed on for decades. Lucky Galois, what? Get me out of here.
Yeah, let's go with the funny one.
I wonder if he finds that obsession welcome. An unexpected boon to an ancient power. Perhaps. Your allies are close. How do you know that? It doesn't matter. I need something more than that. I am not here to soothe you. If you are broken, I will just put you back together. Oh my gosh, my throat is starting to hurt. Do what I ask.
Yeah, same.
If you do not give it, I will take it, human. Find the coward. You're trapped either way. Don't threaten me. I will. You can't force me. You're my weapon, nothing more.
Well, she's pretty, like, fierce and independent, but she's also kinda... I think you want to keep the Cuthental as her friend.
Yeah.
Kind of rely on it. Let's just say I will, I guess, then.
I will, Ghost. I'll find him. Good. You are mine. Easily lost to me. Another day passed, though I still wasn't certain of time passing. All I knew was that my stomach ached as badly as that winter when Vanya and I ran out of food. We went a week without eating a thing. Had it been a week? At least I had water, and I tried not to think about where it came from. I was not raised to be picky. The silence had ended and then never returned. There was shouting almost constantly now, more and more voices being added to the cacophony. There was such rage in their tone, such vigor and bizarrely triumph. With each passing hour, the voices seemed to get all the more excited, boastful even. Most of them anyway. There were two distinct voices I heard peek out from among the others that sounded in utter agony. One kept repeating the same word over and over like he was begging for something. I try not to think about that very much. I can only imagine what was going on. A rebellion, perhaps, it seemed. From what little Gahalian I could pick up, they were unhappy with Galois. But I was so tired, so hungry. You are getting weak. It's been 4 days. 4? It seemed much longer. There are members of your kind who've gone far longer without food. I've gone longer than 4 before. I don't need your mocking. You are connected to me, but not my hunger. You do not realize what danger you're in. I'm in a dungeon, Ghost. Do I not realize it? From me. I exhaled slowly, gripping my head in between my hands. The Cuthantal's conversation had not been pleasant since it first brought up the coward. It was angry, making demands of me, that I seek out that coward, and worst of all, I had a sinking feeling in my gut that if I refused, I may lose myself completely. My mind drifted so easily in this place. Things became strange, and I kept thinking of Mitwin, of her will to see my mind break. When you leave your body, I can take it. Shut you out of your skin. I pull you through the world and make you what I want you to be. Make you whisper for me, see for me. Take your life and make it mine. In some ways you have already. Have I? Do I not allow you your worry, your mindless blundering, your ignorant questioning? No, human, I can consume you. Leave you in a stomach of uncertainty, free falling through an abyss, a web, a shadow shut away. Is that what you're trying to do? It's what I could do. You should be wary. Coercing me then? Please just leave me be. I'm stronger than that.
Top one, I think.
You're trying to force me, Ghost? Threaten me into submission? If I am so ignorant, if I do not know the truth of things, I cannot take your insidious whispers as proof of anything. You have lied to me before. Perhaps your only trick is your tricks. If all I had were my tricks, there are more than sufficient for you. I have watched you move, Alenka. I know your weakness. Remember, Alenka. Remember the coward. Kill the coward, and then I will give you peace and accord. The Cuthantal was never my friend, but something had happened. His voice was full of a new rage. What was going on? Madness all around me, and I was trapped in between these rocks. Why are...
Alenka.
Finally! My attention snapped to a figure rushing down the passageway. Before I could even utter out a proper response, he had fit a key in the lock.
Something tells me we have found the coward.
The bared door and pulled it open. Heron! He gathered me into arms and held me so tight it was hard to breathe.
You're alive.
Oh, you doubted me, I see. Say nothing. A little space, Heron.
Wow. Let's go, first one.
Okie doke. How shallow your faith runs.
Don't.
A sharp pain sound came from him like he'd been punched.
Don't speak in jest. The hell?
Pressed against him as I was, I could feel each violent rise and fall of his chest. He was trembling. He's really upset right now.
Yeah.
Because he thought we were dead. Or that we could have died. So he's kind of freaking out at the moment. Aaron?
Yeah. He said he'd executed you. He had blood-soaked linens and hair, strange tokens of a man who was... I shouldn't have believed it. He wouldn't be so. If it had been the truth, he'd...
He seemed unable to go on for a second, fingers curling into the fabric of my clothes.
I'm so happy. I can't shake this feeling you're not really...
He let me go and looked me over as though he was trying to puzzle together something that disturbed him.
Let's just hug him. It's nice.
Come here. I moved to wrap my arms around him, but he stopped me.
Just give me a minute. I need to collect my wits.
He closed his eyes, exhaling slowly, and pressed his forehead against mine.
Just a moment. I can't imagine life without you. I never want to feel that afraid again. Oh, my poor Madrele, it was your trial, not mine. Forgive me. We'll make them pay for this, my light. Oh, he's here now.
I love that he just popped into the scene. That was great.
Alenka, Heron.
The others were approaching.
Come, Madrele. Let's put this place behind us.
He took my hand. We climbed up rock stairs and through a rock hallway and emerged into the castle garden. From there, we swiftly crossed the grounds and found ourselves on the streets again. Just outside the castle gates, I saw a group of armed soldiers. They were loud, bickering, but quieted when they saw me.
She's alive.
Oh, the rain felt so nice. I heard myself hum in contentment as I angled my face towards the sky. And it had only been a couple of days. Do not forget.
Yes, he's alive. She's...
Aaron looked at me, eyes still wet. He squeezed my hand.
We can return to my estate, but we cannot stay there long.
They've retreated to Dakentha. We're going after them.
Just doing completely random voices. for
Yeah, no
these.
problem. Like, it's just random extras.
Yeah. Who is this with her? Evil for masks. We could ambush them all.
What about the others imprisoned down there? How did this happen so quickly? Who is leading this rebellion?
Let's go top one.
There were others down there in those rock rooms.
We are recovering them, Alenka. An ambush would be very bloody.
Then Alenka should.
No, she's not going down there. You know running won't do you any good. They're weak now. Alenka would offer a significant advantage. And we don't know what our grandfather is capable of.
Karen looked hesitant, then exhaled slowly.
It's her choice. They haven't had time to fortify yet. If we wait, they'll have more defenses at their disposal. They're trapped, but... This assuming grandmother didn't go down there to kill him herself.
I don't want to fight. Let's go after them.
Let's fuck him up.
And you can probably tell we're at the final arc of the game.
Yeah, this shit is going down.
Yeah. Then we go after them. We end this.
Can someone give us some food?
Yep. Yeah, can we eat a little bit first? And then I'll go down there. I will
Like
not
a bowl
have...
of ramen.
Yeah. Yeah, just a big old bowl of soup. I will not
Some
have...
bread. maybe.
Yeah. Tasty
Protein
stuff.
bar.
I will not have Galois nipping at my heels, nor any other elf who thinks to control me. The crowd of elves roars in approval, and instantly fire boiled in my belly. Adrenaline surged through my veins. A fight it was, then! Let's
Anyone got
go!
like a granola bar, some Nature Valley?
Yeah. Yeah. Have
I'll
us
even
some
take
cereal.
raisins.
Yeah. I'll even eat some dried cranberries if that's all you got. There were winding passages underneath the castle, more than just the dungeon. This was a labyrinth, and it held rooms for many purposes. I followed the soldiers, each step heavy with dread and promise. Filippo had met with us and was leading the charge. She was relieved to see me, I thought, but hadn't so much as spared me a direct word. No time for that, I suppose. There was something magnificent about these caverns. I thought to ask about them later if I got the chance. There was certain to be a story behind them. For what I could tell, Gahalians did not dredge beneath the earth often. I had heard of mines on another isle they owned, and their non-elves mined for them. The fact that I was so easily distracted felt strange. I was both determined, committed to this ridiculousness, this civil attack alongside elves as though I were their sister, and also far away from myself. Do not forget. I glanced over at Heron and exhaled, wondering how long I'd get to keep him near me at this time.
Are you alright?
I caught Heron's gaze and wondered how I was supposed to respond.
This doesn't have to be bloody.
Maybe it should be, or I hope
Maybe
so.
It should be. Yeah, sure, let's go full dark side.
Maybe it needs to be bloody.
Maybe. But if you decide to give them some blood, Alenka, well,
His hand twitched as he reached for mine.
I would prefer if you stayed safe.
The Kentha had taken a long time to navigate. It meant rock belly or something similar, Julia had told me. The cavern where Galois, Mitwin, and their supporters were thought to be sheltering in was at the base, and we traversed many winding tunnels to find it. I noticed the ground here matched the color of the walls, unlike the rock room I was trapped in. But finally, we were near the heart cavern. The elves with me were growing tense, preparing themselves for battle. I stayed toward the back. We waited while some of our soldiers, scouts in fact, investigated the entrance of the cavern, reporting that it was unguarded, that Mitwin, Galois, and a number of Gahalian masked assassins were inside. They were arguing amongst themselves. This seemed to encourage some of the elves, thinking it was a prime chance to come upon them while they were distracted, but knowing it was a nest of assassins we were stumbling into, I had a creepy sensation crawling down my throat. I had a feeling at least a few of the others, the more sensible ones, did too.
Slowly now.
Come!
The voice bellowed into the tunnel. A quick assessment of how likely this was to be a trap, how Galois had seen the scouts who were so certain they had successfully spied.
Now! Say it to my face! Who the hell is this?
Yeah. I think this is a person we would have met in one of the other routes.
Not to worry. We haven't quite enough hubris to think we can slaughter the whole of Galia from our stone nest.
An elf stepped into view, and immediately those behind us drew their weapons.
Kalippoa, nephews?
He regarded the Milrose Four with an uncomfortable calm, and then he regarded me.
Alenka?
Axis.
Uncle? I thought you had more sense.
Yeah, I think we would have met him if we went, did Heron's option of, like, going to his house and doing the party, if I remember correctly.
Right, makes sense.
Axis gazed at me briefly, sharing his smile in with Heron, then returned. What does he want?
I'm not certain. The Cathinthal addles his mind. I'm not sure he realizes the state of things.
He continued to stare at me. I felt that creeping sensation on my neck squirming.
You found her.
Yes, Uncle. How did you know where she was?
No sooner than you did, I think.
You're lying.
Let's focus on the matter at hand. If you want to rake me later, I would relish the chance. It would likely mean we're all under the sky again. That mother kept Alenka hidden and preserved. It's strange.
What does he want?
Dignity, perhaps. The motivation shifts. He begins to see the path he's chosen in its totality. But the next moment an illusion passes over him, the blind vigor, conviction of merit, and hope for this doomed future returns.
In what state is he now? Has he shown any prowess with the Cathinthal? And where is Mitwin, the rest of her dogs?
I am not a dog, Kalippoa. Most of us are here because it is our place to be here.
Then so is mine, to be here.
Heron would understand.
His gaze returned to me. I wasn't sure he'd blinked even once since he appeared. What is it?
I'm surprised you came. My mother usually has a more rattling effect on people. I heard about you, but seeing you is another matter. A human woman no older than 30, all that power within you, barely controlled.
She'll have to try harder then.
It is good you came. You will be an important catalyst.
Then you've approached us to surrender.
I've approached you to warn you, dear niece. There are 7 other masks with Mother. Father is in and out of his mind, and my mother has thoroughly abandoned hers. Or perhaps it is truer to say she has dropped the mask.
Heron scoffed.
Father has been trying to leave the Kanatha, and she will not let him. He is willing to face Kaalia's judgments when he is both seeing clearly and not. If you try and assist him in leaving, I do not think Mother will abide it. I think she would rather see him dead than see him stripped of rank and posture. If you approach and overwhelm them.
This is a trap.
And to what end, bitter nephew? If it is a trap, it is a short-sighted one. Even if we killed the lot of you, there are more in your shadow, and we are trapped down here. I do not want to imagine my brother's rage if I harmed their children.
Also, can I point out, I love his, like, look at that. He has, like, 5 earrings on his ear. Amazing.
Yeah.
Callie sighed heavily and glanced back at us. I'll go in. Come, lank us.
And Alenka should go.
No. What?
You play a unique part in this. Both of my parents have locked in onto you with a certain obsession. Your presence should be enough of a distraction to allow the rest of us to restrain them. Your power, if it comes to it, enough to overcome them.
They'll see her as a threat.
One that they won't be able to resist. Mother will not be able to help herself from testing her and father together. The need to see the relationship play out before her eyes will keep her from attacking Alenka immediately. And father is in no position to attack anyone right now. And without her, to be blunt, I don't see this ending with either of my parents alive.
I felt Heron's hand tighten around mine. Heron?
I trust Axix, but I can't see clearly. This seems...
I won't let anything happen to her, Heron.
You won't, nor will I.
I'm not going to force you. I know you didn't exactly sign up for this. Do we go with a limited number or do we go with everyone?
I feel like going with everyone will just make things messy.
Yeah, so we should probably go with a limited number.
Yeah.
I didn't understand how I was making this decision, yet it seemed the best shot at an ideal outcome hinged on me walking out there with just a few others at my side. And let's limit our number. We were really going to do this. I sucked in a deep breath and sealed my thoughts. This would be glorious or disastrous, but it would be done.
Unraveling my island alongside you, then.
They're your grandparents.
And you're my love.
Exis smiled in relief. We made our way into the cavern, Callie and one of her soldiers at the front, and me and Heron at the back.
I'm right here, Alenka.
The cavern was large and open, a mercy over the tight spaces of the passageways. Assassins did not mix well with tight spaces. Unfortunately, there were many shadows and contours on the walls that could hide a stealthy elf, and that was likely my least concern. Galois and Mintwin standing at the distance from one another, a mix of elves I assume were assassins around her like she was a mother hen. I didn't see Akari anywhere. Galois' eyes... Yeah. Galois' eyes were distant, his face placid and out of touch. When he lazily focused on us, there was just a moment of surprise on his face when he saw who led us.
Where is Verlaine?
He is handling more important things.
How disappointing.
Galois looked at his wife.
She will not let me leave.
I will not let you abandon everything!
If Kaalia wishes to do away with me, if it wishes to apprehend me, to interrogate me, so be it. I welcome it.
This doesn't have to be difficult then. You are not in possession of your mind, Galois!
You.
And just like that, his faraway gaze was here in focus, intense and locked on me. He moved toward me and I instinctively backed away. Heron piped up loudly and quickly.
We are here to end this as well as we can.
When Galois stopped, I found myself even more uneasy. It seemed so surely a trap.
Did it tell you about the city, the king, the agreement? Did it tell you where to go?
Hello again. It told me where to go. The king, the agreement say nothing.
Did it?
All it told us was go kill the coward.
Yeah. Let's go for the third one then, I guess.
Yeah. The king, what are you talking about? What agreement? Galois huffed in frustration.
You have not been listening, or you do not command the same respect.
He is a fool. He doesn't have anything for you, Galois. You're lost.
Alenka, tell me. You still have a chance to work with me. I see it now, the way it happened. The way it needs to happen. If you have any hope of freeing yourself from this web, you'll have to follow me. Assist me
Assist you?
with Mitwin.
He unsheathed his sword at his hip and looked at his wife. We are not going to assist you in killing your wife.
Kill her. I'm not looking to kill her. She will not let me leave. Restrain her.
Mitwin, for her part, retrieved a short dagger from her person and advanced on her husband. Grandmother. You are not Gahalia's Grand General anymore, husband. You are barely my husband any longer. Grandmother. But you will stay here until your fever breaks. I will not let them finish you. If you're going to be destroyed, I will be the one destroying you.
Now you see. She has lost sight of things. She is convinced this is the end. Such a surprising lack of faith, wife. What is it that you fear?
You know what they will say. And you, never so great a fool. Then she looked at me as though I was making these decisions. You are not taking him. Me? Are you going to hide forever? Face your people. I don't want to say nothing.
Let's go with the second one, I think.
Yeah. And what then, Mitwin? If his fever never breaks, how long do you intend to stay down here? You're trapped, aren't you? We will leave, but you will not take him. He wants to leave. You will not take him. We're not leaving without Galois. Test me, child. I will not let you have him. Oh, shoot. Didn't mean to do that.
Enough of this.
Galois then took a step toward me. It was a mistake. It sparked a reaction that moved so fast I couldn't quite keep up. Mitwin jumped toward Galois, dagger in hand, and her assassin sprang into action. Callie flinched but stayed near my side. Two of her masked assassins made their way toward me, and I started moving backwards.
Boxar, Vya, you're throwing everything away.
The daggers in Heron's hands seemed to come out of nowhere. He held them with such an easy, solid grip I was almost optimistic. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Mitwin jumping onto Galois. She plunged her dagger into his shoulder, and then she shot backwards. Alenka! A dagger flew past my head. Fool. Fight, run, stand your ground.
Let's fight. Fuck him up.
It pushed the Cuthental to my defense, and a purple wave shot out, sending both the assassins to the ground. They woefully sprung to their feet, and I had only afforded us a few extra seconds. This was chaos. I scrambled to defend myself, only to find the assassin's interest in me had dropped. I was confused, but I heard myself choked out, a relief to exhale all the same. This was unbecoming. I was not some fickle child who cannot stand battle. When I looked to see what the assassins had been distracted by, I heard Mitwin moan on the floor. Heron gasped. It was packed full of surprise and regret, not his usual awe and wonder. Mitwin was on the floor, her body curled and her eyes closed. I couldn't help but look at Galois. His eyes were distant. Mitwin? Grandmother? One of her assassins reached for her neck and pulled her hand back a moment later. His expression was grim. She's dead? There was not clear confirmation, but the assassins all dropped their weapons in unison.
You killed her.
Are you going to come with us?
Yes.
She whistled for the rest of the soldiers, and they fled in quickly. Axis was led into the cavern, his eyes locked onto his mother.
What happened?
She's dead. She's dead.
Yes.
It wasn't intentional.
Some of us are more insidious than others. You should be thankful. A suffocating silence had fallen throughout the cavern. The assassins who had been at Mitwin's side filed out in surrender. Evidently, their will had died along with her. Galois' eye grew even more distant, and there was a very uncomfortable look in his eyes. It wasn't that I'd never seen a person mourning before, or that I'd never seen a person in denial, but he was far away, lost somewhere. Heron,
It's all right, Madrele. It has been chasing her a long time. A very long time.
The days flew past. Gahalia's future was in the air, and strangely, everything felt more like a dream than ever before. There was freedom now. Most of the authority that put me in danger was now stripped of power, and the streets were lacking the strange hostility I had found when I'd first come. When I saw elves, most gave me looks of appreciation, of curious excitement. It was very strange. But there was also compulsion that bubbled beneath every waking moment. A place the Cuthatal spoke of again and again, more demanding by the day. It promised me answers, as though I had a choice because it didn't feel I did. If I fought it, I would have to keep fighting it. Maybe I just wanted this to be over. Dule had arranged a ship for me. Aaron said he was coming. So was Kalipua. The others, well, Gahalia was broken, changing, they needed to be there. It would be a small crew navigated simply by the ghost in my head. It seemed so reckless, but Dule insisted it was a worthwhile venture, and the Cuthatal gave me no peace unless I agreed. We're at the end here.
Yeah.
It came
Feels
together
like it.
so quickly. But the morning my ship was to leave, I was called to the castle. A lot of things are changing. The castle is ours, up and under. Better have it all cleaned up by the time I get back. You want to see us?
Fellaine should be here any minute. Do you have time?
He's not been prompt lately.
He's been very busy, Alenka. Alenka, it is good to see you again.
Who the hell is this?
This is their dad.
Oh,
This is literally the guy we would have met, like, immediately if we went down Heron's route. He's such a weird looking dude.
Alenka? I just hope that doesn't mean. Hello, Lonray. Get out.
Look how mad he is.
Just immediately.
They have a ship to catch, brother.
The unfamiliar elf seemed to focus his attention on me pointedly.
I finally get to meet you. My youngest is enamored with you. More than a little. I'm a bit enamored with you as well.
Hey,
Oh,
no,
geez,
this is getting weird. This is
This is getting too weird, guys.
It's like, you know, the meme where it's like, Daddy, can you pass the salt? And both the father and the boyfriend reach out at the
Yep.
same time.
Oh no.
Uncle, what an incredibly uncomfortable thing to say to her. Clip was the best. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. I really wish we could have dated
She's so
her.
good.
She's so
Yeah.
good. Wasted potential.
My father, Londra Milrose, ever the charmer.
If you're in a hurry, we'll settle this quickly. Nothing is certain yet. And besides, this is just a conversation.
To talk about what? Shouldn't you be in a dungeon? Then let's talk. Wait for someone to continue.
Yeah, go to the second one.
The second one?
Yeah, it's funny.
Shouldn't you be in a dungeon with the others? Alexis smiled and shook his head.
I've been forgiven for my missteps. I like to think it was all for the good of the end. But that is still open for debate, naturally. Do you plan on coming back?
Yes, no, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a yes. This is
Yes.
home.
Yeah, it's our
That's
home
good
now.
to hear. Galia is changing, and your voice will be a benefit. I think that much is clear. The Cathintal hides a lot of what we were. We run astray without direction. That much is obvious. There's a position in the forces here for you, if you would have it. Mask training is difficult, but you would have a unique advantage. A tempered nature, a human face, the Cathintal, 3 layers of disarming. Many of our masks take on primarily diplomatic roles. You will be an excellent ambassador to human domains if that appeals. If it does not appeal, there's always the traditional role of our masks. You'll be known foremost among the forces as Alluvion Alenka, in addition to whatever other titles you lay claim to as your career progresses.
Alluvion?
You'll bring it back. That is fantastic news. Galia needs more perspective. It is official then.
Alluvion?
Someone gonna explain what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's an old order. They were our inventors, researchers. And fitting then, you with the cut and thaw. A house on the docks, a generous salary. I predict you will be very well respected. But if not, we will assert a station and condition acceptable of her status. If, of course, you wish it. Let's say think about it. It's something pretty big to spring on someone.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like,
Ooh,
sure,
ooh.
I'll become an assassin.
I'll need to think about it.
Of course. Calippo is going with you. I think she could answer most of your questions if you have any. I'm sure she'll have questions. She always does.
Yeah, he has them all the time.
Alluvion. That's impressive, Alenka. It suits you.
And so, still early in the morning, I departed Gahalia, chasing the Cuthental's promise of answers. The ship was strangely peaceful compared to my past 2 voyages, probably due to the sparse population of elves. Those aboard the Sea Wyvern with us gave me skeptic stares, but far less fearfully, less aggressively than I was used to. There was even on occasion some pride in their eyes, a sense of camaraderie. And I had a strange resolution in me. That unease, that free fall into the pit of mystery that had begun the moment Lacey arrived, was largely replaced by a sedated sort of calm, a feeling that things were out of my hand. This was perhaps just a pacification. The ghost was playing all manner of games, demands, then honeyed promises. Sometimes I could still feel the terror bubbling beneath, but it was easy to quiet. It wasn't fighting for my survival anymore, at least not from sword and execution. Blaze was in a dungeon somewhere. Gahalia was offering me prestigious positions in its forces. Heron. Alenka, I didn't see you this morning, not in the mood for breakfast. Greetings, Commander. Greetings, Alluvion Alenka. They've been rubbing that in a lot. Not yet. Have you given it any more thought? I nodded. A little. Any questions? I think we can ask everything.
Alright, let's do everything.
What is Alluvion? Before the Gahalian Mass, there were the Alluvion. Before the Alluvion, the Framers. The Framers were responsible for many of early advancements. The Wyvern Roosts are warships, the Weed Catchers.
The what?
Yeah, the what? That's it. There. The Gahalian Framers had to fight for their name, as much like Gahalian merchants. Despite fueling the lifeblood of the city, they take a minor role when compared to the Gahalian forces. The Framers are the innovators and inventors of Gahalian society. It is they who have designed the warships, the Wyvern Roosts, the triple-plated doors, the submerged viewing apparatus, the Weed Catchers, the Harpy Ballistas, and even the latrines. The Framers were originally independent of the forces, but as with much, they've since been inducted into the Forces' reigns. Their alliance with the Forces has been interrupted only once. In 954V, the Framers again declared independence from the Forces. During this period, under the supervision of Framer lead Talael Vikoran, work on the Weed Catcher-inspired Sea Fork had begun. If the project was to succeed, Gahalian food supply would have been significantly more independent, but pressure from the forces to rejoin the ranks eventually caused the effort to dissolve, and Talel specifically driven from Gahalia entirely. Oof.
Oops.
Almost made a thing called a Sea Fork that would have helped free us of Dulier's clutches. They were dissolved when they refused to rejoin the forces. They became Alluvion. The Alluvion were many things. They were still inventors, but they answered to the forces. They were our diplomats, our learners. They studied history, economy, the body, the mind. Nitwin was one. She would say they betrayed her later, after she let one of her marks get too familiar with her real face. She married my grandfather when she was disgraced by the Alluvion and pressured him to dismantle it. There was an incentive to. My grandfather had already started destroying records, if I understand the timeline correctly. A lot of things are coming to light now. It's strange. She grimaced, lips curling in disgust. Strange. My grandfather has a room in his study. Disturbing. Any other questions? What will they expect of me? They want to know about the Cuthental. Probably have you look at the surviving records we have and compare it to whatever that thing in your head says. Maybe they'll want to test what you can do, turn it into a weapon. But we're straying from that, you see. Everything doesn't have to pay in blood anymore. Things are changing. Sorry, Alenka. Strange times. It's a well-respected position. Well, it was before. I don't think that will change. Exis will be running it. Exis, the assassin we met outside, he's a bit odd, but Phelan trusts him. I trust my Uncle Phelan. Exis is certainly one of my more pleasant relatives. Just be aware he's killed quite a few people. What? Well, he is a mask. Yeah, an assassin. I think he was grandmother's successor, sort of. And he isn't upset about how this ended up. Well, like I said, Phelan trusts him, and that's good enough for me. Phelan doesn't trust any. And who is Phelan? Another uncle. Listen, plenty of time to map out my family later. It's not interesting, and there's just a lot of us. As for Axis, he's loyal to Gahalia, and his vision for Gahalia is not where Galois was taking it, and Mitwin never pretended to care about anything more than my grandfather. He's as curious as anyone about what the Kuthental means, and nobody has any interest in denying the truth any longer. He wants to understand. A lot of us do. In the Illuvian, you'll be given enough freedom to decline functions that make you uncomfortable. We won't force you into battle, that is. With you, your primary asset is information. You could be one of us, for better or worse. What about Heron? If I agree to this, what happens to him? Heron? Heron is just a step away from the Illuvian himself, I hear. The master going through readjustment. Heron's never made a kill. A quick mind for histories and studies, and he has special access to you. He's getting promoted because of me? Ha, no, it's just a consideration. I think Heron will be fine. You should talk to him about it. Who would I answer to? Axis, unless you're asking who the next Grand General will be, and that's the question indeed. Probably Phelan. But Axis will be running the Illuvian. I don't know how much direct involvement you'll have with him. Your function might end up more of an independent one. You might get a partner. Axis is smart, underhanded, but they say you can trust him all the same, they say. He isn't likely to throw you into Dakenta, at least. What about my aunt, in Edric? What about her? Asking if she can come to Gahalia? If she is your family, it is up for you to decide. If you are ours and she is yours, then she is ours if she is yours. I stared at her. That was a sentence.
Yeah.
She smiled and pat me on the shoulder. Bring her to Gahalia if that's what you want, or just send her Trin. You'll be making a fair amount, assuming Dulier doesn't take it all. No more questions. Good ghosts, change our course. We're headed northeast towards Dianoth. No. Dianoth? She shook her head. It shouldn't be a problem. It's just a curious direction. I figured we'd be heading for Riverend. And Riverend is southeast. Why would you think we were going toward Riverend? Because that is where the first Gahalians were from, as far as our records can confirm. I exhaled heavily. I don't know what we'll find. This may all be a game. Didn't think it would turn out like this when I first saw you and Lacey board the ship. Didn't even think it would turn out like this when I found out Dulier wanted you, or when I saw that look in your eyes when he first saw you. It is not a game. It is the end of torment. Scoff, ignore it, or good. Good. Torment needs to end. Callie gave me a curious look. She took her leave of me, and as soon as I was alone, the Cuthental spoke up again. These elves do not know where they come from. You will know. I know where I came from. Edric. Where I came from. Deny that I'm a part of you if you must. So we're going to where you are? I am with you. I thought you weren't playing games anymore, Ghosts. We're going to where many of the others are. What do you mean? You will see soon.
Madrele, there you are.
Heron, the fool found you. I started to turn toward him, but I was too slow. I was grasped from behind into a tight hug and felt his face bury into the back of my neck. It's good to see you, Heron, or laugh.
Just laugh, I guess.
The laugh burst out of me, both at the sudden closeness and the tickle of breath made at the back of my neck. You.
Why are you laughing?
Oh, now he was doing it on purpose, certainly. I wasn't tortured long. He took my hand and pulled me away.
Come. Here we are.
And what is here?
Here. Almost exactly where I saw you the first time.
Yeah, remember I just talked about the...
Yep.
You did? Didn't we meet up on the deck?
That's where we met, I suppose. Not where I first saw you.
You know, that's a little disturbing, don't you? He laughed and gave me his most disarming smile.
You were the one sneaking around. Ever since you came here, things have been incredibly
Dangerous?
astonishing. I thought you were beautiful, then you were mesmerizing. Then you just stole my breath with everything you did. And now whenever I'm anywhere without you,
You don't have to be. You're relieved you miss me.
first one.
You don't have to be.
Is that so? Remember you said that. And have you thought about the alluvion? Made a decision?
What do you think? It's a good opportunity if I say no.
Let's ask him first.
What do you think about it? He pulled me close and looked at me intensely.
I think you should do whatever you want to do. As simple as that. It is a rare, prestigious, flexible, exciting career. But if it's not for you, my shining light, then it's not for you. I go wherever you go. I'm with you, no matter what you do. If you have me, of course. What do you think? Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah,
Done.
I'll do it. He grinned.
My love, Alluvion Alenka. You are to train with the masks as well, aren't you?
A fiendish grin took over his face.
We can train together then.
He kissed me, slow and full of affection. Oh, kitty!
I used to spend so much time looking for things. Secrets, people, places, books. And then I sneak aboard this ship on a full assignment and somehow there you are. There are secrets I still want, Madrele, but most of them are yours.
I don't know that I have many.
I think you do. What do you think I'll find? Oh, you'll find. Where's the Kathenthal taking us?
Oh. He looked worried. Ever since he found me in that rock room, I'd catch him looking at me with his brows knit and his face missing his typical brightness. I don't know. It said something about finding many others.
That could mean many things.
Yes.
Are you afraid?
Yes, no, you'll be with me.
Yeah, let's go sappy. Take the third one.
Heck yeah. You'll be with me.
I'll be with you. Exploring the secrets of the Kathenthal, the wonders of the dark things long hidden, right beside my love.
The rest of the voyage went smoothly. It took a long time. I had slept through the voyage to Kahalia, and then my exile had been cut short by the Kaskas. I hadn't occasion before to realize just how long sea travel took, or how truly far away I'd been from everything. Where was Edric from here? We were finally approaching our destination. I took up a vigil on the deck, watching the land creep closer with building anticipation. There was a craving that grew within me the closer we got, a craving I did not think was my own. You must keep your eyes open. You must not allow yourself to play a fool into the hands of others. Again, I will show you where to go. We can have peace again. Others' hands, not yours. I won't. Don't tell me what to do.
Let's go first one.
I suppose that doesn't include you then, as you don't have hands? I have your hands. I scoffed, partly to disguise nausea that had rippled through me after that comment.
Here it comes. It won't be much longer. We'll follow the coast on foot 7 miles north.
I nodded.
I'm right here, Madrele. I'm not leaving your side. And not just because the Kathenthal is leading us into an unknown.
He smiled at me, and I smiled back, but my mind was heavy. He put an arm around my waist and pulled me close, but said no more. I inhaled a deep breath. I wonder what we'll find. The Kathenthal led me into a cave not far from the coast.
It's beautiful down here. Something familiar.
It's all purple. You've been drawn to that color from the start.
The only color I'm drawn to is the color of your eyes.
I snorted, perhaps most amused by my own ability to laugh at Heron's ridiculousness given where I stood.
The Cothenthal still quiet?
It told us to go in here, and it hasn't said a word since. He never let go of my hand. I was grateful for that. There. The figure approached. It had come from deeper inside the cave and lumbered slowly toward me, growing larger and larger, and there is the coward.
Oh, okay.
The coward?
Ready yourself, Alenka. He tastes of the same ghost.
He continued moving closer until it stood clearly before me. We stared at one another.
You brought others. Why?
Who are you? Why wouldn't I? Do you know why I'm here?
So, yeah, just ask him who the fuck he is.
Who are you? The being shook its head. Kill him. Now.
Save them. Send them away. I'm afraid there's no chance of that. Are you the Cothenthal? Then you do not know what she is. I know she's not safe alone. I'm not leaving. You must stay here with me, Alenka.
Kill him, human. Be quiet, ghost.
If you do not, you will die, and worse, others will follow you. She is not going to die. You might. Do not interrupt. You cannot understand. You should not have come. I am here for Alenka.
Fine, keep your distance and don't threaten her anymore.
I did not threaten her.
You said she would die.
You do not understand. Make us understand then.
He can't hurt you. His power forsakes him.
They say you had been tricked into this. You have sympathies, young human. You face, most terribly, the same onus, the same future.
Who are you? I don't understand anything.
I will tell you anything you wish to know, Alenka.
Then let's start. Yeah, I think we can just ask a bunch. Then let's start with how you know my name.
The Kuthina, who are trapped within me, told me about you.
The Hutana?
Those who created the Cothenthal.
Who are you? You're not even an elf.
No, what I was came before the elves.
The elves?
The Hadwens, the Pale Elves.
The Gahalians?
If that is what they insist on calling themselves now.
I still look at the elves with me. They all look caught between disbelief and shock. They? Who told you about me?
I just told you, the Kathina within me.
How did they know about me?
Because you also have a Kathina within you. They learn from each other.
You have more than one?
There are hundreds.
Why did the Cuthental bring me here? Why did it bring me here? Why did the Cuthental want me here?
Because he wants to free his brethren.
I exhaled, feeling woozy, a little lightheaded. Nothing was really making sense. Perhaps it was the utterly blunt way this feeling told me things, when for so long I'd been fed only spoonfuls of truth. Still, so little of it made sense?
The Kathina within you, brother of the new luminary.
What?
The luminaries, leaders among the Kathina. I can explain at length later, though their society is of little importance to us from here. For now, must decide.
And how do you know about the Cuthental? Is it...
The Cothenthal is created by the Kuthina. It is pieces of them. I have been plagued by the Kuthina, and this vile creation of theirs for years beyond measure. It was my people that they first destroyed.
Enough. Kill the wretch, Alenka. Kill it, or I will reduce you to clay and shape you into the weapon I demand. Be quiet.
It has not yet poisoned your mind. You are strong and it is weak. You are fortunate.
Need to start from the beginning. I came here for answers, and you will have none if you do not do as I say. The being nodded, patiently continued in a slow, almost melodic tone.
The Kothinthal was created by the Kuthina.
And who are the Kutana, a race of people? The being nodded again.
They are far from here, very far, on another phase of Cleare.
Why?
They possess the ability to manipulate the world around them, and the world within them. Their bones carry a piece of their mind, even long removed from the body. The Kothinthal is their bone, taken in by your own one.
Aw, snap.
This connection allows them a voice within you. As it spreads thick in the bones and mind, more of them can seep through. Such as the Thrayan, the force that can sometimes come from you with an amethyst sheen. A projection of Kuthina energy.
You're saying that I have someone else inside my head, inside my bones, someone who is real? The being nodded once more. Why?
To claim and destroy.
In the Gahalian? Oh, wait. And the Gahalians, how did we...
The Hadouans were fed the same lie my people were.
He is wrong!
Power has a lure that the desperate can rarely resist. The Kuthana drives you mad and uses your broken form as an envoy.
Kill him! An envoy? What do you mean?
Slaves.
For all his time keeping my brothers hostage, he knows so little. Will you not put an end to this human? Have I not kept you alive, kept you safe?
It speaks to you.
It...
Alenka, are you alright?
Will you not do as I say? Oh, this one's unlocked.
Yeah, if it's unlocked, let's take it.
Yep. Why would you do this? Why would you do this to people? To survive, human, as you would do. We fight wars of our own. Why would you need people like me? It was knowledge, resources, long ago. You were not part of it. You were not meant to take it.
It wishes to kill me at the behest of the Kuthina, whose Kothinthals I've consumed. I numb their thoughts, much as they numbed the thoughts of their previous hosts. He attempts to numb your thoughts. If he has not already, he will. The hunger consumed the pale elves. Their lust for domination hastened the spread, but that hunger is in most of us. The Kuthana was a trap, and it spread like wildfire, and as the chaos grew, more became desperate, hungry. It was going to kill them all. We had to stop it. Thus, I took the remaining Kothinthal and came here. There was no other way to contain it. Destroying it would allow them to make another, and there is no use hiding it. It is always found. You must stay as well. If there are eyes who see it, there will be a hunger for it.
Stay? Oh, wait, no, that's you.
Stay here. She is not staying here.
Kill him! If your heart feels justice, realize what he has done. The glutton! Taking mind captive, blotting out their senses, rotting their mind. Do as I say, Alenka, kill him!
It is not an easy thing to accept. A terrible burden, but they must be contained. It spreads like a disease. It has before, over and over again. The pale elves that brought you here were nearly destroyed. They forgot themselves. It consumes.
The Pale Elves destroyed themselves. They had always wanted power. They had always dominance. They took the Cuthental and pressed our impact greedily. Is it not known that a Galethan rots?
I regret that I was not able to contain all of the Cuthental that made it to the Pillar Ocean. I had hoped the remaining Cuthental were lost to the sea. I am sorry. When they leave, they would do well to warn their kin against coming here. But I do not have faith that they will make that decision. They have seen it, and the knowledge will haunt them, and they will feel the hunger.
You're not suggesting I...
No, but they must make their choice. So must you. You should not linger on a decision. You know you must stay here for their sake. Hold the poison.
The poison of decision, the weight of consequence. They watched each other fall and followed the same path out of hubris, out of greed. We needed to survive, and this coward cannot stand to see the pure conclusion.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm not staying here. I haven't hurt anyone. I won't hurt anyone. What can the Cuthental do to me? There must be a better way. Wait back up a minute. A lot
Let's
going on
ask.
here.
Yeah, let's ask what it can do to us.
What can the Cuthental do? What will it do? What am I facing?
I will show you how to silence them. They can be muzzled if you stay still. Numb their mind by numbing your own. But you must stay here with me. If you leave, you will draw eyes to you. In the moments where you are weak and he is strong, they will come. Pale elves forgot the destruction. It ran through them before and will again, their forgetfulness giving way to deception. They are weak, hungry, and they will destroy themselves again. The Kuthina will lie to them, and they'll run into the fire. But you know that it is no light, it is darkness, the Ebon madness.
Oh, there we go!
Oh shit.
Ebon Light! Oh, snap!
To silence the Kuthina, we must not give them a voice. The Cuthental doesn't need to be silenced to protect others from destroying themselves. Galois was successfully hiding the Cuthental for years. There is no other way, none that I have found in many years. When my people thought that solution no longer matter. Those who were already plagued stopped. More followed in their path as the sky grew darker.
You don't need to suffer this anymore, Linka. The coward speaks in madness, and our agreement is simple. Kill him and I will not impede you.
When the Pale Elves came, eager to establish themselves among the others, they fell into the trap like fish into the net.
I did not pull you into a trap. You forced me from my slumber into your blundering.
They went mad, and you see they did not learn to fear it. They revered it instead, and the madness became a strength. If one was strong enough, their arrogance dedicated.
Haven't you still your mind?
They were utterly blind to the truth.
The katana no longer has its use. There is no need to share ourselves anymore, and this noble effort the coward thinks he's suffering is pointless. You and I can live together. Your mind is whole. There is still time.
You've seen it, haven't you? You do not have a sense of the danger you're in. The strength it takes to keep him from control.
It hasn't.
And you have not seen the power, the wonder in the eyes of those who so commonly desire it for themselves. Those elves who took you and fought over you with such vigor are not going to simply let this power die in the quiet, are they? Don't you think those who train for power all their lives risk madness to obtain the triumph? Plague will spread.
But how could they? And Galois already.
Galois. The Pale Elves will do what they must if they are wise. Still you must stay. The Mad Elven General is not the ascended human peasant.
He said they didn't make the Cuthental any longer.
An easy lie to make. They are at peace now, but soon it will fall into their own. Require more, send more envoys. Those they took before are already dwindling in number. The time will come again.
So I'm not staying here, or it can't be the only way.
Let's just go for second one first, I guess.
There must be another way. If I stayed...
You consumed him. He traded his body for yours. You wielded Tryon, and in exchange for his strength, he took you. You must see it. He will come for you if he is not already. The hubris of us who think we can give our blood and live without it. But I can show you how to scare them away from returning. We can protect them. And you can protect yourself. The Katana will not allow you to take its Tryon without something in return, Alenka. You must realize that. Please, stay with me. She's not going to hide down here. She's strong enough to resist this Katana, and we are smart enough to keep others from accessing it. Hubris. You've seen Gaalia. They saw the Kathintal. They will exchange Galois for a more insidious master, and if you help them, it will spread further, faster.
That isn't true! The doubt in Kalali's voice was difficult to bear. She looked angry at herself for letting it slip, though, and she shook her head at me too convincingly. It's not true. Why do you suffer this? Are you so easily talked into madness? I am not weak, Alenka. I have no interest in turning into a puppet. For though I am the one within you, he is the one who wishes to bury you. Kill him, and you have my vow to let you live unhindered. But if you do not kill him right now, then I will break your mind. I will chase you from your own body, and you will do as I say without so much of a whimper. I have done it before. I'll stay, I will not stay, I will not stay, and I will kill him. I think this is, like, the last choice that we make. Yeah, I think this is the final decision, if I remember correctly. And then after this, we'll get an ending with usually, like, this is kind of how, like, you know how Dragon Age has those endings at the end where they're like, this person is doing this. So that's kind of, from what I remember, the endings of, like, this is kind of like that. Where it depends on your stats, kind of what it says at the end.
I think the middle is the obvious one.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we have been kind of going dark side. Maybe the last one is pretty cool to try. It's like very not obvious to try, so I think it'll be fun.
Okie dokie. So this one?
Yeah.
I'll do it.
I wonder how Heron will react to it. Yeah.
I will tell you when. Wait. Do what, Alenka?
You can't stay.
The being stared at me, his face still and unreadable. Every inch of me crawled with anticipation, with adrenaline.
They will lie to you.
Now. I pushed, close as I knew how. The Cuthental flew outwards. I expected him to defend himself. You could see the same purple glazed across his skin. I expected some manner of defense or counterattack, but he just stood there. The ripple tore into him, not pushing him down, but went into him, much like I saw in the cast. He stood there, face still even then. The only expression seemed to come from his eyes, which bore into me with regret and warning. Then he fell over. Silence. Good.
Alenka? What's going on?
I had to. He was a threat. I was making a deal.
Do we lie to our husband, though?
It's up to you.
Yeah. Let's just say he was a threat.
He was a threat. He wasn't going to let me leave. He was a threat.
You're right. He knew too much about you. Come on.
I made it outside the cave, spilled out into the coast, and to get back to the ship, I'd had to wade through the ocean. My stomach squirmed, my head pounded, I couldn't catch my breath, I was exhausted, and I didn't know how wise it was to do what I had just done. It didn't feel right, it didn't feel right at all. Yeah, there was something so terrible and gentle about that being, and I... Do you feel guilty? Do you know what you have done? You have freed my brothers, given them back their senses. Fool. And what now? I knew what the Cuthental was, another being somewhere, a part of him inside me. It was not a poison, not an infection, just a being who whispered, and Gahalia was left in shambles.
So much learned, so much to consider. That the Cuthental may be another person, somehow? That must feel strange, Madrele.
I nodded. He exhaled and ran his hand down my hair at the back of my head.
Answers are ours. We'll verify all we can and learn all we can to make the best of this. Don't let it torment you, my shining light. You are here, alive, with me. Happiness is ours. But at what cost?
Yeah, none of that could have been true. What did he call us? What Gahalians were before? Well, it doesn't matter. We're Gahalians now. The sea was calm, and if the trip back to the ship was to be made, it was best to move now. But I was exhausted, lost in thought. I'd have to suffer this being in my head, one who existed as I did, far away, an intruder in my very mind. It made me feel queasy to think about, but I'd have to make peace with it. Gahalia was no longer the same threat, and I had discovered their secret. They had been seduced by power, tricked by the Kutana, turned into slaves. The survivors ran from the truth, buried it so far that Gahalians forgot who they were. An entire people forgotten because of shame. And still somehow it was I who would carry their past. I was not even elven. But I could withstand it. The Cuthental may try to turn me, to whittle away at my sanity, but the Kutana would not win this battle. I knew what he was now. He had lost its power. Aaron pressed his lips against my temple. There he stayed for a long moment, then took in a deep breath. Weight seemed to dissipate off him. Light seemed to return to him.
Madre, you always amaze me, don't you? Even in the darkest places, Madrele. For a moment.
He shook his head, then smiled.
But you needn't shine so if you're tired. It won't spoil a thing.
Edric was so far away. Who I was then, strange and unprepared, but then I survived, didn't I? I never left that village before, but now the whole world splayed out before me, and it was such a strange feeling. I had influence, independence, the secrets of elves, choices. I'd sailed the seas 3 times, failed a giant beast. Aunt Vanya would call me a liar. Aaron, how utterly
Aunt
unexpected.
Vanya has doomed the whole world by making
Yeah, yeah, basically. How utterly unexpected it was to find him. You know, the whole, every little choice creates a ripple effect. Yeah.
Yes. Are you cold?
No, he already wrapped me in his arm, holding me tight, warm. If I was going to live with the Cuthental, I'd have to be careful, but my life was my own again, and I was someone new. Oh, here we go. It was months before I heard the Kutana's voice again. It was quiet at first, almost humble. His name was Tyacht. I had asked him many times and he'd always refused, but then one day he told me, I am Tyacht. It was my brother who started this. I asked him who his brother was, what he started, but he did not tell me. Later we talked about things as we always did. He refused to answer most personal inquiries, instead preferring to comment on my life. Once I woke up and saw a ceiling above me that was not my own. It faded from my sight quickly, but I realized then that this connection was not one direction. He was not a shadow, but a being, and one day I might meet him. There was no hiding the Cuthental's presence within me from the rest of the world. Dulier was right when he said there were others, beyond Gahalia, who would be interested in seek to use me. With my newfound notoriety came power. I had seen more wealth change hands, sometimes even through mine, that I could have bought and sold to Edric 100 times over. There was such a struggle for the most basic things. I found that obtaining wealth came easy to me. Dulier had thought me something of a protege. Between him and Lonray, Heron and Erinol's father, I had access to hundreds of merchants. I didn't know yet what I wanted to do with my wealth and power, but what I knew was I could do something. I had the tools, I learned fast, and I would not be easily taken advantage of. Tales of the Cascas spread as only a tale of a giant beast from the sea could. With the Cascas came the woman with the Cuthental. Gahalia was full of mercenaries looking to boast and hone their blade, but so was the rest of the world. But I was not so easily pushed about by Gahalias, and I was not weak. The Cuthental gave me a weapon that could scarcely be countered, and those who thought to antagonize me were not met with any frailty. There were many who came with a healthy respect for the Cuthental, but many still who seemed to expect so little of me. I reveled in their ignorance. Joining the Illuvian was an amazing experience. It was truly a prestigious role in Gahalia's past and now its budding future. There were such wise, talented elves around me all the time. They were most interested in my contributions with the Cuthental, of course. I was not limited to that. Mass training was difficult, exhausting, terrifying. The other masks were all dangerous, all held such predatory looks in their eyes, and it was always competitive. Even Heron had an entirely different look to him when I saw him in the Enclave. But for all my complaints, it was thrilling. Every day I heard new secrets, learned a new way to kill someone without ever showing my face. Saffron, Imre, and Chandler stayed in touch. After what happened to the Galois, Saffron sent me a letter apologizing for her harshness. Imre and Chandler seemed excited to have known me, bragging about the association from time to time. Skylar and I came to a friendly accord. In Vanya, she had survived the ordeal of my abduction and made me feel foolish for ever doubting her after I read her first letter. She was proud of me and wanted me to come home if only for a visit. I was staying with Heron and his family, though I had yet to see either his parents or his sister since I arrived. The Illuvian was exhausting and training with Heron presented all sorts of constant distraction. The energy he always had was still utterly hypnotic. Gahalia was different, or at least it was changing. I felt safer. Perhaps that was because Galoyas lost his position, or perhaps because I had Heron closer than ever.
It lasts all day. Well, all night. When the sun starts to rise, the festival ends.
Sounds like everyone is going to be very tired. Heron grinned, rested his hand against his waist, and tried to nudge me closer. For a second, I was like, what?
It is only one night, Module. My father is looking forward to meeting you properly. Don't let Ernol scare you. My father knows how much you mean to me.
He grinned. His nudging hand progressed to outright pulling.
My mother wants to meet you, and I convinced my sister to come home by winter.
Oh, what for? By then I had given up any resistance and was now thoroughly intertwined in an embrace. He held me close, hands resting at the small of my back, eyes staring deep into mine. It smelled vaguely of pine trees. I wondered why.
So she and you can get to know each other a little better. You've seen your fair share of Ernol, I need to meet this Aunt Vanya.
I tried to guess.
That'll be something.
Yeah, that would be. I can't. Like, that would be an amazing sequence of events. I tried to guess why all this seemed important to him, and though I had suspicions, you seem like you're in a hurry to introduce everyone.
Do I?
The smug look on his face did nothing but increase my suspicions. I just... Oh, wait, yeah, that's you, sorry. Then he laughed, leaned forward, and pressed his forehead to mine.
It's difficult to lie to you, you know that.
Not an unfortunate thing. You were going to lie to me, then?
With the best of intentions, my shining light. From the moment I saw you, that light around you. Not the Cuthendall, Madule, but you. You came here shackled. The Cuthendall drew you in like a tide, and still you were shining the entire time. I adore everything about you. Your wit, your strength.
He was grinning ear to ear. By then I was growing weak at the knees. I had a very strong suspicion now.
And I understand if it's too little. If it's a little too much, too fast. But I know that you are the light of my life, Madrele. I want to marry you. Yes.
Yes!
No,
No. Yeah. Yes!
No, I just see you as a friend after all this.
Yeah, after all this, oh, it's just Tomodachis. That's how we do it here in the human world. The word projected out of me with such force I had no chance of stopping it. He grinned and held me close.
I love you, Madrele. I've loved you for a long time.
The end! Woo!
Yay.
We did it!
The world is doomed, but we're...
Yeah, the world is doomed, but we did it! Woo! Well, I guess
Nice.
it's not really as straightforward as that, I guess.
No, I mean, it'll take time.
Yeah, like if she manages to make a connection with those people, like they may be able to live in peace altogether, you know?
Yeah.
Because as like the guy behind the Kathental she had was saying was like, oh, we were just doing it for us to survive.
Yeah.
Like it was basically they were just another, you know, living race that was just doing things their own way, fighting their own wars and things like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that it's kind of gray, not very cut and dry. Not like they're obviously evil and the world is now doomed. It's like probably have malicious intent, but also they're just trying to survive.
Yeah.
Sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, left it very open. Yeah, the game deliberately, like, all the past kind of leave it pretty open-ended. Even in Dulier's, where a lot more is revealed, it's still an open-ended ending by the end.
Yeah. I'm usually not a huge fan of open endings, but I think they did it well in this case.
Yeah, because they give enough, you know, like, nothing is left unanswered exactly, but it's more like what these truths will lead to is kind of left open-ended.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically what I was gonna say is that Juliet actually deliberately made sure that Alenka took the Kathental, because it's revealed during his route that actually it wasn't that this was the only Kathental he got his hands on. He actually got like a bunch of it and was like sending it out to people as almost like experiments on like different people from different races to see how they would react to it. So Alenka was just the latest in like a series of his tests on this matter, and she's like the only one that like actually managed to survive through it and stuff, you know. So he had absolutely planned everything all the way through.
Nice.
But yeah.
Oh,
we did it!
Thank you for showing me this game. It was fun.
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I love it so much. It's definitely one of my faves, and I still, like, it still baffles me that this is a free game.
Yeah.
Like, it's a long experience. It has a lot of good choices in writing, and it has all, you know, this customization options, all the different, like, stats that you can have. And then all just the lore, like there's so much lore, the multiple routes. Yeah, it's like so much love and work went into this, and it's all free. Like you can just download it on itch.io and pay nothing. Yeah. Like that's just incredible to me. Both this and Andromeda 6, 2 games that are free and that I would recommend with all my heart. They're so good.
All right. I think we've gone slightly.
Yeah, not just slightly. We went way over time. It's been almost
yesterday I
5 hours.
Went to bed an hour later than this, so I'll be fine.
Okie doke. But thanks for hanging out, Rolf, as always, and thanks for joining me with this. We'll have to think about what we do next, or if we're just gonna play more Risk of Rain 2 for ages.
Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of that while we look for the next thing.
Yeah, we did it. So
see you next time.
Have a good night, Rolf. I love you very much. Get some good sleeps.
See ya.
See ya. Bye-bye.
Bye.
But yeah, the next stream is actually not going to be, like, normally I would say next stream is Saturday. But the next stream is not actually Saturday. The next stream is Thursday, because I'll be streaming on Thursday the Game Awards, which is happening 7:30 EST, starting at 7:30 EST. So I'm going to be there, and I'm going to be streaming it with the peeps, and I'm pretty excited for it. So, yay! Yeah, Pond! The Game Awards is already here. Crazy. I remember it every year just because I'm usually the one that streams it for everybody else, and I also kind of have fun with it, you know, just to be like, oh, I wonder what crazy things will happen this time. And of course, always hope that some good announcements will come out of it as well, you know. But yeah, thanks for joining, Pond. I love you very much. Thanks for hanging out. I'll try and decide what game we'll play next, but for now, let's see if there's anybody we can raid. Let us see. Oh, Epic is live. It's been a while since I raided Epic. So let's go ahead and do that. I don't know what exactly he's playing. It says he's playing Astro's Playroom, but I have no idea what that is. I'm just gonna raid and hope for the best. But Epic is a good bean. So we'll head over and raid him. But yeah, thank you everybody for being here. I love you all very much. I'll see you guys on Thursday and of course Saturday for more Via Nights shenanigans as always. I don't know what we're playing yet as always, but we'll be there. And then we'll decide what we're doing for future Monday streams. So probably Risk of Rain for a while because I'm definitely really into that. But yeah, anyways, I love you very much. I love you all very much. And I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye!